Yes, it's brilliant bowling from Moeen. He held the length back a little bit, and it was a perfect delivery there. And Brendan King obviously looked dangerous. 8 runs off 5 deliveries, and the West Indies used their first wicket for 8 runs.
Interesting there, Monty, that earlier Moeen Ali was over pitching a little bit, and obviously Brandon King was absolutely sweating on anything. That first ball that was just that little bit further back, that was the one that got him in trouble.
Yeah, it did, and I think that's why he's had, he's nodding to himself. He knew he didn't bowl, the deliveries very well at the start of his over. That's the length he needs to bowl straight away, and it's good that he's, able to adjust quickly, because someone like, Puran, who's very dangerous, you've got to be on it straight away.
I think we thought the other game that Puran came in as a matchup player, but they've got him at 3 again, and that was the right-hander that went out this time, so
yeah, and
maybe they've just decided to bring him up the order.
Well, and he was down at 4 for the second match in a row, so interesting. It didn't pay off. It didn't work out for West Indies, did it, when they pushed him up the order last time around? He just made 5.
Yeah, it's very rare for him to be in this early in a limited overs game. He certainly has the skills for it, though.
Final ball of Moeen Ali's first over, and Puran is forward, smothers the spin, and a decent over and a decent start for England, who of course need to win today to keep this series alive. 8 runs coming from it, back-to-back boundaries to balls 2 and 3, but a wicket as well. There was another moment as well. King hit the ball to Sam Curran at mid-off. Did you not think there was a single there? See, he did. I just assumed that he would have gone through for the run, but he didn't, and of course he was out the very next ball.
I've been watching the women's cricket and looking at the stats of how often they get run out. I think people run too much. So no, you're probably right. There was probably something there. They can get, especially King and Mayers at times, can get a little bit hit or block, and we see that a lot with the West Indian batters, and they just don't have the ability to use the strike rotation as a secondary weapon. And I'm not even saying go for risky singles, but anyway, Reece Topley's back.
I know, I was just about to have a look to see when he last played. He's back from his latest spell on the sidelines, and it's a full delivery angling into the left-handed Mayers, who hasn't faced a ball up until now, and it's no run. He of course broke his finger, didn't he, bowling against South Africa, I think. We'll have to check that. One of England's few successful players at that stage, and so this is his first game back. 50 over cricket for the World Cup, this being a T20. He sat out the first 2 matches, but he is in, left on, over the wicket, and a little bit of bounce there. Myers looks a little bit uncomfortable playing this with a cross-batted shot, but it's no run.
Interestingly enough, with putting Puran up the order, Topley loves bowling to left-handers, and Moeen Ali loves bowling to left-handers. So they've got 2 specialists here. Topley's average against left-handers is 21.7, and particularly likes bowling against them early on when he's swinging the ball away, and obviously Moeen Ali will be spinning the ball away from them.
Topley in again, and he's beaten and he's out! What a delivery from Topley, that angled into the left-handed Myers, who tried to play defensively. There was swing, the outside edge taken. Was it the inside edge? Either way, an edge has been taken. He's beaten him on the inside. Butler takes the catch, and that's 2 wickets inside the first 2 overs.
Yes, it's brilliant bowling from Topley. Exactly what he had to do. Just get the ball to pitch up, got the ball to swing sharply, and lovely piece of bowling. And, the Myers, the dangerous Myers, goes without scoring. West Indies use their second wicket for 8 runs. Brilliant start for England.
Monty, as a batter, I mean, what kind of threat do you think Topley is posing, especially the left-hander, inside the power play? England have struggled at times for a wicket taker with the injuries that they've picked up, of course, along the way. But just how difficult would it be facing up Topley, would you say?
Yeah, look, I think what Topley does, because he's such a high arm bowler, that sort of good length delivery, he's going to get the ball to bounce a bit more, get a bit more of a nip on it, like we just saw there. So that's the the threat he imposes with the new delivery. So I think he is going to be a challenge for the West Indies batsmen, who haven't actually faced much of him. So it's good to see him, because if he can bowl really well here, he'll be one of them. We'll be thinking, for the World Cup, should he open the bowling in 6 months' time?
Okay, so 2 batters yet to get off the mark. Shai Hope, who was down at 3, is coming at 4. Puran, who was down at 4, is coming at 3. Either way, it doesn't make a great deal of difference. But Topley, on his return to the side, with an immediate breakthrough. This is Fuller, and pushed up to Sam Curran, who fields to the left at mid-off. There is a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Puran had been sent back.
And I think also it takes pressure off Sam Curran, doesn't it? Who probably hasn't been bowling so well, but batted really well in these conditions. So having Reece Topley there as a front line left arm seamer, it just makes, sort of Sam Curran, not so feel like he's the premier left arm seamer.
Topley again, and Hope trying to come forward, smothers the bounce. This is good stuff from Topley, yet to concede a run, and he's picked up that wicket. I mean, we have talked about England and the players that they've been missing up to now, and we've talked about Bairstow and Stokes and Wood, but actually we haven't really mentioned Topley, which is, maybe it's because, of course, they haven't been able to rely on him as much as they would have liked over the last few years. We're just watching a replay of that dismissal, and I was trying to play that to leg, and really was a peach of a delivery. There will be runs at the back end of the over, though. At Shai Hope just playing this nicely. Phil Salt at the boundary at deep square leg. 2 overs done here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and the West Indies 10 for 2.
Yeah, I think it was quite noticeable in 50 over World Cup, wasn't it, that when Topley came in, he just looked like the adult in the room with a bunch of part-timers, which is a bit unfair to Woakes and Curran, but they weren't in the best of form at that stage. But certainly when Topley came in, he just looked a different class, and I do think it's a big problem, them not having to rely on him. But he also needs the new ball, and so when does Sam Curran bowl in that kind of situation, especially now they've gone with Moeen early on, which has already worked. So I'm assuming Moeen's going to bowl another over. Well, I'm waiting to see.
Well, Moeen bowled, and he will be, yeah. Moeen bowled over number 3 in the second T20, and of course he picked up a wicket today already. This is given plenty of flight from Moeen, who's coming round the wicket to Nicholas Puran, who comes forward and just pushes this comfortably enough through the covers to get off the mark. 11 for 2. England, of course, coming in today with Mills, Curran and Topley, which couldn't have happened too often. I do remember recently there was a tour when they took, I think, 4 or 5 left-armers, didn't they?
The one to the West Indies and also the Netherlands, they did the same thing, didn't they?
Netherlands, yeah, that's it. I think they might have had, did they have 5?
Yeah, they're finding them at bus stops, bringing them over. It was incredible. I remember saying that on air, Neil Manthorpe going, but of course they're all there for their skill, and I was like, yeah, but I think when you pick 5 of them, Manners, you're just trying to see which ones are the best and second best and third best. I don't think it's really about...
And fourth best and fifth best.
And the bloke at home who didn't get picked, he's the really...
How bad must you be? I mean, there's only 5, no, there's only 6 left-armers in the entire country. Ali again, and this is in the slot. Shai Hope has cleared his front leg, and I think it's been caught by the man sitting 10 rows back over the long off boundary as well. First maximum of the innings for West Indies. Over pitched from Ali. There was some turn, but it turned into the bat and disappeared up and over the rope for 6.
Yeah, this is brilliant batting. You've got to keep going with the momentum, and the power hitting has been impressive. That was huge. It was a biggie. That was out of it.
But the thing is, though, Monty, we've seen 3 fully flighted deliveries which have been overpitched by Ali. All 3 have gone to the boundary. So just a little bit of inconsistency, I suppose.
Yes, that length, isn't it? He's got to be straight away bowling that back of a length.
And this is what he attempts to do. There's a misfield at cover point. This goes through the fielder and races to the boundary. That's poor from England. Back-to-back boundaries, and Shai Hope in a blink of an eye is 12 not out. The score 21 for 2.
Yes, it's going to give him confidence, especially losing 2 quick wickets. You need the fielders to back up, the likes of Will Jacks. He'll be disappointed with that. But this is good to see West Indies keep piling the pressure on England. And Moeen Ali himself, obviously, you know, he's just going to try and see if he can just either get him off strike or not get that length too far. Because these West Indies, they pounce on it.
Here's Ali again, and once again it's full delivery, but a fraction wider this time. Shea Hope tries to pierce the field on the offside. There's 4 men on the circle, can't get through. Down the track this time, Hope. There's big turn, isn't there? Big turn. This wraps Hope on the hip, upper thigh possibly. Last ball, and this is darted in just a little bit flatter from Ali, who gets out the over. Single scored, 22 for 2 West Indies after 3 overs. Puran 1 not out, and Shea Hope 13. Jared, your thoughts on the England's 11 today? Do you think it makes a little bit more sense than the one that possibly was put out there in match day 1 and 2?
I mean, I suppose this means Topley can bowl at the death, so that gives them a little bit more cover in that way. But if you have...
And you were saying Mills middle overs.
Yeah, I think Mills bowls...
Statistically...
Well, you would bowl him in the middle and then in the death as well, but you want him to be matched with a strong death bowler. I think the problem with Mills is at times that he's being used as a death bowler, kind of like the main guy. It's actually better to have someone else who's very strong with him, if you can.
Topley's going to bowl a second, and he is in. And this is a beautiful looking shot from Hope. He'll only pick up 1. Salt fielding the deep wicket boundary. Just clipping the ball comfortably enough, up and over, but just the 1, 23 for 2.
So we're now looking though at Puran. So he hasn't bowled any of the first 4 overs. I'm assuming he probably bowls the 5th or 6th. Ball's probably not going to be swinging that point. So is Puran now in as a batter who bowls 2 or 3 overs a game? Like, is that the flip they have to make? Which, you know, we talked about that in one-day cricket and in T20 cricket. It probably makes more sense in T20 cricket with Harmy and Butch earlier in the series.
Beaten this time. There's bounce movement again from Topley, and Puran playing at a delivery that was very wide, but he was playing defensively. Kind of shot that's only going to get you in trouble, but he seemed to miss it by quite some distance as well. Livingston down to bat at 4 as well. Not sure if you saw that, Jared.
Yeah, I suppose he kind of profiles as a perfect number 5 batter, but maybe they're just experimenting a little bit at the moment.
Puran forward, opens the face of the bat and guides this neatly enough into the offside for a single. 24 for 2.
I mean, it would make more sense if Brook batted 4, wouldn't it? And Livingston batted 5? Just looking at this card?
It jars to see Brook. I mean, didn't Brook come in? When did Brook come in the last match? 7? No, not quite that late.
6 or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Also, you know, you've got Puran at 7, and then essentially the T20 batting stops, with all due respect to Adil Rashid.
Cut away this time by Hope. One of the points raised between matches in an article by Cameron Ponsonby on Cricket Info was Rovman Powell saying that the English were very good at the singles, and of course the inference being that the West Indies were better at the 4s and the 6s. But of course, if you can add a couple of singles to the 4s and the 6s, you're going to be almost unbeatable. Yeah,
there's almost a perfect kind of player, which is A.B. de Villiers, Glenn Maxwell, Joss Butler type players who hit a lot of 4s and 6s, but also don't have a lot of dot balls. You generally don't see them in the West Indies.
Puran is down, and this evades a diving. I'm not sure who the fielder was, but that short fine leg. Reece Topley just getting his line wrong. This was 2 leg side on the hip, clipped away, and a comfortable 4 for Puran.
Yeah, probably just wanted that to swing back and got the length. The line a little bit wrong. Didn't swing back, and he sort of helped it away. So Puran is probably one of those kinds of players, and Hetmeyer probably at his best is another who is quite good at the singles and the 2s and rotating strike and everything else. But traditionally, you get the sort of Mayers, King, Shepherd, Russell, Andre Fletcher, Chris Gale.
Last ball of the over, left alone by Puran, and again there's swing there for Topley. we'll see how long that sticks around for. 7 runs coming from the over, and the West Indies find themselves 29 for 2 after 4. One thing that we did find in that second T20, West Indies have proven they can dig their way out of a hole. 54 for 4, really struggling. I was listening to Josh Butler speaking with Sam Ellard, and he was saying that what England need to do is recognise the moments when they're on top, when they've got momentum. Steve Harmison was of the opinion that it was actually Josh Butler's bowling selections that possibly eased the pressure of the West Indies in that first match. You know, they're getting tied up by spin, and he brought on Tamar Mills, and the pressure was just kind of evaporated a little bit. And of course they went on to hit a match-winning score, winning the game by 10 runs. So
I suppose it also helps when you bat down to number 10.
Well, yeah, that does help.
You're not worried as much. Bowling change, and it's not Sam Curran.
No, it's Surrey teammate Gus Atkinson. And first ball, this is pitched up on the pads, and 6 from the bat of Shai Hope. And this was a classical shot, really. It's kind of in the slot, first ball, but that's a good-looking shot from the West Indies number 4.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. Anything full in the slot, the West Indies, you know, the immense power hitting, and that's a great 6, putting pressure back to Atkinson. And like you said, you know, earlier, this is the momentum where Josh Butler and England are on top, but they've got to grab it. They can't just give boundaries away like this.
Drags the length back a touch, does Atkinson, and this is popped out to backward point for a single. I mean, that's perfect, isn't it? 6 and a single. Over to you, Puran.
Well, Hope doesn't usually hit 6s off fast bowlers either, so it's quite interesting that he's just such a changed player from the one we saw a little while ago. But the fact that Atkinson's come on before Curran while the ball's still swinging would suggest another micro mistake by Josh Butler, because why would you just not give the ball to the guy who can swing it? I mean, Atkinson's bowling cross seam, he's just going to damage the ball, it's just going to stop swinging quicker. So I don't really understand the point there.
Well, Gareth Batty will be with us shortly. Maybe he can give us an idea. As Puran it is this time, he will pick up a 4 over the shoulder of Moeen Ali. That mid-on wasn't as graceful a shot as what we saw from Shai Hope, but with the fielders up inside the circle, limited risk really. And this is an expensive start for Atkinson.
Yeah, it is indeed, and I think they've done the right thing here. They're targeting Atkinson here. And again.
He's gone again. It's Puran. We know how strong he is on the leg side. Atkinson dragging his length back, but it's too straight. And Puran swivels, pulls, and the score advances on 46 for 2.
Yeah, he's taken the area route, and he's done the right thing here. It was close to his body, but the hand speed was unbelievable. Brilliant hitting here from Puran, and he's certainly putting immense pressure on Atkinson and Josh Butler. And just when we were talking about that initiative, this was that moment when England are on top, they just cannot hold on to it. You know, West Indies just keep, you know, coming hard and putting pressure back on the England bowlers.
Atkinson is in, and I think that was cross-seam delivery with Puran coming forward and just pushing the ball out to mid-off. No run, 46 for 2.
Hope wanted a single there, and I think Puran's like, no, I'm feeling this end. I might just stay here a little bit longer. I could see why you would think that. Just to go back to the Curran thing, if he's going to bat at 7, and the way that they've set up the lineup at the moment, and he's not going to bowl when the ball's swinging, they're basically giving him the Chennai treatment here, and he's going to share his overs with Moeen Ali.
Last ball of the over for Atkinson. It's on the pads and play to deep square leg for a single. So at 5 overs in, 47 for 2 West Indies. They were 8 for 2 when Kyle Mayers was dismissed by an absolute beauty from Reece Topley. But just like the second T20, that knowledge, as you said, Jared, that they've got so much batting to come has just given them the strength of character really, and the confidence that they've come into this match. 2-0 up with 3 to play, and they've really seek to capitalise on the return of Gus Atkinson. 18 runs from that over, and after a word from Jared Kimber, it will be Michelle St Patrick Hewitt to pick up commentary.
Yeah, hard to blame Atkinson for that over. Really, probably much more to do with his first-class coach, whoever that is. Hey, Bats, how you doing, buddy?
As a Mahmood.
Reese Topley has come in and it's just a little bit too straight there. Doesn't swing again and is turned around the corner. So they're giving Topley 3 up front. Really getting to see if he's going to swing this ball or not. Sam Curran sitting in the field going, you don't think I could have a go? Interesting use of him. But anyway, Michelle's here.
I am indeed. And the West Indies going quite well here. 48 for 2 after 5.1 overs. Despite the early loss of Brandon King and Carl Mayers, Nicholas Puran and Shea Hope have made sure that they maximise the power play. Reece Topley back in again. Hope swivels on that one, but cannot beat Mine Ali, Nasser Adil Rashid that covers. There's no run there. Gareth, what do you make of this start?
I think it's an advantageous start for the West Indies so far. The pitch, from what we've seen, watching from behind, it doesn't look an easy pitch for batting. We've seen spin, we've seen the ball stop in there, and we've actually seen the ball go through a little bit. I think it's too paced. I think it's a difficult surface.
Yeah, most definitely. But Shea Hope has been in rich form, faces up again to Reece Topley, and well, that one almost deceives Shea Hope in pace. Did he take some off that there, Jared?
Yeah, he just ran his fingers over that. I think it might be in the first slow ball we've seen. Is it? Bats?
It certainly is from Toppers, I think. Because he does lose his right side very early to get it going right across, using that natural left arm as angle to make it so difficult to access the leg side, and it starts relatively straight down the tram lines and goes across towards Josh Butler, taking it in front of where first slip would be.
I'll get into the off-cutters in a bit after this ball. This time Hope plays an intelligent shot and just guides that down to the man on the cover boundary for 1 run. Gents, in game number 2, the West Indian bowlers bowled a lot of off-cutters and off-pace deliveries, and I'm surprised, and given that obviously these games have been played in the Caribbean, are you surprised the English bowlers haven't tried more? Or is it that they can't?
Well, they did in the one-day series, didn't they? And the ball went everywhere. So I think maybe they got a little bit gun-shy. Also, don't know if outside of Tamal Mills and now Reece Topley, if they have great slow ball bowlers in this lineup. I don't think that's the skills of some of the other guys.
This one drifts onto Nicholas Puran's legs and tries to dispatch that for 4, but it's only going to pick up 1 run there. It's fielded by Sam Curran, bringing Shea Hope back on the strike.
I don't think it's just the choice of ball, it's the execution. I think England are being guilty in the power play here of bowling too many balls too full. It goes up out the hand, whether you're bowling at 90 miles an hour or not, it goes up out the hand, and the West Indian players are very adept at seeing it from the hand and just going, right, this is in the slot, I'm going, and hitting straight through the line of the ball.
That shot brought up the West Indian 50. Final ball of the 6th over. Shea Hope back on strike, and again cuts that down to the cover boundary. May pick up 2 here actually, and it's well fielded, and he will come back for 2. And that brings an end to the 6th over. The end of the power play. West Indies 52 for 2. Reece Topley 1 for 14 from 3 overs. Shea Hope 25 not out of 16 balls, and Nicholas Puran 19 off 12. Darren Sammy often says that if you take 3 wickets in the power play, the game's there to be won. Who's on top here, if it's possible to say after 6 overs?
I think Jared was about to say what I'm about to say. I think if you take 3 wickets in the power play, it's something like 85% chance of winning.
It changes every time someone says it, but yeah, it's
high,
between
isn't it?
68 and 75 or something like that. Which that's why I found what I was going to say is the Atkinson over was the interesting one, because they'd lost the 2 wickets and they just kept whacking him where they didn't really have to.
But it's a bit of extra pace on the ball, bit of zip, and he just got it a fraction full, didn't he? And it's the hardest thing as a bowler is if your first ball gets met, you feel like your next 5 balls you're under real pressure, as opposed to the old school way of saying getting in and getting out of an over. Just calms the mind down a little bit.
It'll be Liam Livingstone to take the first over after the power play. Has him down as a right arm off break bowler, but let's see what Livingstone...
He usually bowls leg spin, but he's got a left-hander here. He'll definitely bowl off spin to the left-hander, and I don't think Puran will give him much respect.
Well, lives by the sword, dies by the sword, Nicholas Puran. Yeah, this one, he respects that and defends that to the man at Gully. There'll be no run.
He's got the highest economy rate of any spinner in the world, Liam Livingstone.
And he doesn't respect the second one. It's to be expected. We know about Nicholas Puran and spin. That's gone straight and down and over the boundary at long on. And that's 6 runs for Nicholas Puran. Jared, you forewarned what was about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he played the first one really well, but the first one was probably just on a length where he had to have a look at it. That one back's maybe slightly over-pitched again. Is he playing him on length, perhaps?
No, straight. It went up out the hand. You watch the eyes of the batter. It goes up out the hand. There's nothing else on their mind but hitting it straight down the ground for 6.
Livingston again, and Puran just taps this into the onside and will come through for 1. When Nicholas Puran is on strike, West Indian fans' hearts are often in their mouths because we know he likes to take on spin. And often it can be, as much as he can destroy a spinner, it can often be his downfall as well.
Well, against off-spin, he does struggle a little bit overall, so he's got a strike rate of 113. The difference between off-spin and what Livingston is doing, which is kind of more like slow cutters, like he's not putting massive revs on the ball.
Shea Holt on strike and just guides that into the covers. They'll come back for 1.
You can see the difference there. That's the leg spinner. That's spun. Whereas against the off-spin, he's really just straightening it more, isn't he, Bats? He's probably rolling it more than actually getting it the way that you would as a one of the world's leading off-spinners still, even at this age. Is that fair? More of a rolling off-spinner?
And again, despite the 6, actually, I guess it's a good comeback of sorts by Liam Livingstone. Nicholas Puran again taps it onto the onside, and they're happy to come through for 1. Robin Powell said after the second ODI that England are better at taking 1s than us, but we are better at hitting 6s. But Puran and Hope showing that they can rotate strike. Final ball of, well, that's just, he's got away with it. I don't know what you call that. It was ranking down the leg side, but Shea Hope cannot do anything with that, and there'll be a dot ball at the end of the over. 9 off Liam Livingstone's first. Gareth.
Yeah, I would suggest that Livingston's greatest asset is you don't know what's going to come down, whether it's an off spinner, a leg spinner, good length, bad length, whatever. And I think he thrives off that, and he tries to bowl like a batter who's bowling spin. Hence, probably the numbers that you said at the start of the over, Gerard, are not as flattering as they would be for an out-and-out spinner. But I just think England spin. If you bowl finger spin in the Caribbean, you cannot go up out the hand in white ball cricket and not expect to get met. It's been going on for a very long time, and the West Indians are very adept at it because the surfaces do offer a bit of spin. Totally different story now for Adil Rashid, leg spinner who spins it both ways, an absolute master of his profession. He can go up out the hand a little bit more, but if he gets it wrong, he will still get hit.
Adil Rashid is the new bowler, and well, this is someone that the West Indians do struggle to play.
I think everyone in the world knows Adil Rashid starts with a straight one to begin with, and somehow Nicholas Puran has still not picked that. Gone back to one he should have come forward to and missed it on the outside of his bat. He's now taking another guard. I don't think it was the guard that was the issue there.
You are, of course, listening to this game live and exclusive on TalkSport 2. Adil Rashid, second ball of his first over, and Nicholas Puran, well, this time he defends it back down the track to Adil Rashid. Gareth, where do you stand on playing out a good bowler and just targeting everybody else? Would you say to sides, just respect Adil Rashid because you can cash in to everybody else in essence in this England lineup? We'll come to that point after this ball. Adil Rashid again, and well, Puran goes back and pulls that, but cannot beat the cover boundary fielder, and there will be only one run there.
I think I would be a fraction more specific, and I would say certain batters, if you can take that bowler down, you take him down, take that risk, no matter what the situation, as opposed to a team trying to take a bowler down. I think it's evolved a little bit. That's a bit more the buzzword of the world we live in now, matchups, etc.
Don't get Jared started now. Adil Rashid, and Shea Hope does take on Adil Rashid down on one knee, but he doesn't beat the fielders. Phil Salt, who's there at the long off boundary, doesn't beat Phil Salt, and Adil Rashid possibly predictably has struck in his first over. Shea Hope has to go for 26, and England have a crucial wicket here.
Yeah, I think it's just the difference in a frontline spinner as opposed to maybe part-time with what we've seen from Livingston the previous over. Adil Rashid there, the first time in the over he went up out of the hand, but he didn't stick it down the tram lines. It was outside off stump, spinning away from Hope. Hope thought it was game on, tries a bit of a lap slog, gets it sort of over straight and wide long on, but not enough of it. Almost drags it sort of mid-wicket area in the end. Just a wonderful piece of bowling from an execution of 3 balls where he's held them, pinned them in the crease, back of a length, and then he's gone up out of the hand. It's just the old adage of just being a little bit smarter.
Was that ball there to be taken on?
Yes, if you get it right.
Okay.
But he didn't, which is the skill of Rashid to get it so far outside the right eye. You have to drag it further, and if your balance is wrong, if your position of footwork isn't right, you get caught out on the boundary. If you get it right, it still goes because he had the length to work with.
Interesting. You are listening to Talk Sport 2. I'm Ashel St. Patrick here, and I'm alongside me is Jared Kimber and Gareth Batty. In England, I believe, are on top at this stage, 62 for 3, 7.4 overs gone. Shea Holper's just departed for 26 runs, but still at the crease is the ever-dangerous Nicholas Puran, and joining him is the West Indies T20 captain. He's having a good series, Rovman Powell. Rovman Powell does not play leg spin well at all. Jared will give me some figures in a minute, but he struggles massively against this type of bowling, so it will be very interesting to see how Rovman goes against Adil Rashid.
He really struggles early on, doesn't he? Which is part of his problem, and he's going to be out there for quite a while as well.
And it'll be Powell to face up to Adil Rashid. Well, he reaches forward, nearly nicks off first ball. He'll pat the crease and say, "Yep, that was a sighter." Just looking at that one, but beat him in flight there, Gareth.
Yeah, I think Rashid, you could see him at the end of his mark. He's marshalling his field. He gets to slip in for the first ball. He feels extremely comfortable. They'll know the numbers of Powell, and he'll be thinking, if I can get the West Indies captain here, who played a great hand last game, they're right in the mix.
Final ball of Rashid's first over. 2 slips in now, and well, Rovman Powell rocks back, almost tries to blast that down the ground, doesn't catch it. Adil Rashid fields off his own bowling. That's 1 for 1 in Adil Rashid's first over. Very much wins that over. England win the 8th over. It's 62 for 3. Current run rate is 7.75. England slightly with their nose ahead, Gareth.
Yeah, it just shows the confidence. You can see any players bowling, batting with confidence. Rashid there for his very last ball of the over put 2 slips in and bowled him one out the front of the hand. He's not even trying to do him on the outside edge. He's almost double bluffing the batsman. And it's the West Indies captain who had a wonderful game last game, but he's going, I've got all the tricks here, I'm dominating you, not the other way around. It's a wonderful end to what was a great first over from Adil Rashid.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the 3rd T20 between the West Indies and England here on Talk Sport 2. Continue to stay with us. A fascinating game in progress, and it'll be Tymel Mills now who gets his first over of the day. Jared, surprised to not see him bowl in the power play today?
I prefer him not to bowl on the power play. I think this is when you want to use him. I'm more surprised that we still haven't seen an over from Sam Curran yet, especially when it was swinging as much. But no, I think if you're going to use Mills, this is the time to go. He's going to seam up to start with. Interesting.
Nicholas Puran's on strike to Tymel Mills. And Puran just tucks that into the onside. And, well, actually, they're going to look like they wanted to run for 2, but they'll just have to settle for 1.
Part of Mills' armour, he shows you at the end of his mark, fingers behind the ball, like he's going to bowl seam up, but he also, from that exact same grip, he'll bowl it from the back of the hand as well. It's quite brave bowling first ball back of the hand, but now you're out of power play with your field back, you can actually do it.
I just thought he might have gone cross seam and whacked one in to begin with, but it was just a length ball on a spot, wasn't it? Which, weirdly enough, we don't see him do all that much.
No, I think that's the learning from how the West Indies have bowled in the previous games. They've been crossing, they've been slower balls, as we touched on earlier. England have gone a bit more traditional seam up with then a real extreme slower ball.
Mills to bowl to Powell for the first time, and again, similar to the previous ball, Powell just tucks that into onside. This time they will come back for 2. It's good running by the West Indians. A lot of fielders on the well, not a lot on the boundary, but he manages to bisect the mid-wicket region. And there's the mid-wicket boundary runner who has to run him.
Disproving his own point that West Indians aren't very good at running between the wickets. I mean, to be fair, Rovman Powell, Nicholas Puran, even Hetmeyer, Shea Hope, they're all actually pretty good strike rotators. It's a weird team to say that about. We've seen some teams where no one could rotate the strike for the West Indies. This isn't really it.
I think it's just been such a stark contrast between England that it's a talking point that has developed in this series. Mills again, 2 Rovman Powell, who took 2 from that previous ball, and this time Powell rocks and pulls for 4. There's no one going to stop that one. I'm hoping it was 4 and not 6 because I lost track of that ball completely, but it is for 4.
Rodman Powell with absolute ease just rocks back and dispatched over square leg, making Mills look pedestrian in pace. I love watching this fella bat. I wish he played more cricket in more formats, because I think he's a wonderful, wonderful talent. And is this his time in his career where he actually starts fulfilling that talent and putting it into the numbers that we all recognise as being wonderful players?
I'll definitely touch on that point, but I'm just going to query what happened with that third ball. But in the meantime, Tymon Mills back into Rodman Powell. And, well, this time he's rocked back again, pulled this up in the air, and oh well, hold on a minute there. Looked like he'd gone for 6. It's Gus Atkinson. Now Gus Atkinson has managed to pull the ball back in whilst in the air. I think his feet were on the rope, but it's hard to tell. The camera was looking into the crowd. So Gus Atkinson has not touch the ropes, caught it two-handed, pushed. Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic fielding. He's managed to catch it over the boundary rope. As he's leapt, he's over the boundary rope, parried it. It's a goalkeeper save and parry, and he's pushed it back in before coming back down on the rope again. And what I thought was a 6 was actually, well, they ran 1.
Incredible bit of fielding from Gus Atkinson. He wouldn't have enjoyed that because he thinks he's a bit too cool for school sometimes, and he landed a bit awkward. It saved 2 runs. It was wonderful.
I can't believe they ran 1 in that time.
I still don't understand how they ran a 2 on the other one that we thought was a 4, and now he's run 1 when they had time to run 2. Something bizarre is going on with the score.
Mills into Puran, slower ball, and Puran has to wait on that one. Slaps it down to long on for 1 run. So just to clarify for those listening, the third ball, which we thought Powell had pulled for 4, certainly the cameras thought Powell had pulled it for 4, appears was only for 2.
I mean, he timed that one so well. I don't know how they only managed to get 2 off it, but anyway. There's a weird pattern to this over, but Mills bowling well again. I think this is why he's better suited to the middle. He can experiment a little bit more, try some different tricks. Could have almost got a wicket as well.
Final ball of Tymon Mills' first over. Rodman Powell on strike, and he's lost his line there. Full toss wide, and Powell just leans into that and smashes that for 4. The first poor ball really of that over, and he gets treatment.
Yeah, it's a back of the hand slower ball by Mills. I actually think he's tried to go wide hull because he's around the wicket. He's trying to keep it out on that wide line. But wow, Powell, what a shot this is. He's kind of gone across his stumps a little bit, but he's held a beautiful sort of extra cover drive with absolute power, grace, skill. This fellow, when he gets it right, there is not many people better to watch. I don't actually think Mills has got it too wrong there. Possibly just a little bit in the length. It was a fraction full as opposed to being a fraction shorter. But had it been shorter, he's probably continued the shot, and it ends up on a cruise ship that we see in the background. He's playing so well. It's a wonderful cricket shot.
Just wanted to talk about Adil Rashid before. So Nicholas Puran against leg spin in his career averages just under 50, scoring at 9.5 runs and over. So he's pretty handy bats. Against Adil Rashid, he averages 15, scoring at 5 runs and over.
Interesting.
He doesn't like the slider. I used to think it was the wrong, but I think it's the slider at the front of the hand. It just gets in his mind a little bit. And we saw him go out to a leg spinner the other day as well. So, you know, he's certainly a very good bowler to left-handers, Rashid, and even more so to Puran. And
it is Rashid on bowling to Puran, who rocks back and will slap that again down to long on for 1 run. Should just say that it's his 74 for 3 after 9.1 overs. The current run rate is 8.07. Very much an ebb and a flow to this match. At some points you think England are on top, at others West Indies look like they could post very much a threatening total. But this Rashid spell will be crucial. This time to Powell. Powell does well with that. Doesn't get any runs for it, but manages to just defend that to point.
Yeah, you can tell ideally he's 1, confident, and 2, bowling well. He's getting that nice in drift now, and he squares up Powell on that one, thick outside edge to backward point.
I am predicting that Powell will struggle to survive this spell, and And as I say that, Powell goes with a big heave hole at the inside edge, takes it just past his leg stump, and he'll run through for one grateful run to get himself off strike. Adil very much on top of his game here. On the second ODI, I believe he went for 1 for 11 in his 4 overs. I'll have to double check my numbers and my figures, but he had a fantastic spell in the second ODI, second T20. Nicholas Puran back on strike, and he tucks that into the onside for 1 run.
Yeah, I think with Rodman Powell, he's definitely improved against spin, because when we first saw him play MASH, he couldn't actually hit it at all.
Yeah, he couldn't at all.
He's averaging around 20 against leg spin at the moment. 42% of his runs are from sixes, which is, it shows you the way he goes about it. But he is one of the best players in the world against the left arm seam, which we also saw last over. He's certainly a much better player of seam than he is spin.
Rashid to Powell. Each ball looks like an over, and Powell decides to take him on down on one knee, and well, that's just a good shot. He's picked it. He's picked it down on one knee, and he beats the mid-wicket boundary rider for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think this is the thing with a player like Powell. I think it's just a wide-ish sort of square spin leg spinner. It could have been a top spinner wrong, but I don't think it was. I'm not entirely sure from the camera angles we're getting, but he drops down to a knee. It's kind of that lap slog again. Goes to his favourite power shot, smacks it hard through that straight mid-wicket region.
Final ball of the 10th over. Adil Rashid to Rodman Powell. Bit full there from Adil Rashid, and Rodman Powell's easily tapped that down to long on for 1 run, and that will bring an end and a drinks break. He'll bring an end to the 10th over. West Indies are 81 for 3. Nicholas Puran 32 of 23 balls. Rodman Powell 15 of 10.
I know you guys are going to go, but I'll fill the air while you change seats. But I was just going to say that both of these batters have a weakness against off spin, and so I think if Owen Morgan was the captain now, Moeen Ali would be bowling. But that's not the case with Jos Butler. He doesn't quite follow those patterns as much. But Nicholas Puran has a strike rate of 113 against off spin, and we know that it's a little bit different when he's seeing someone like Liam Livingston. And Rodman Powell has a strike rate of 102. Both of them get dismissed a lot by off spin as well, so might be something worth having a look at. And at the break, the coach has a chance to come up and actually tell them about that, I would assume, as well. Hey John, is your mic on?
Ma'am.
Oh, your mic is on. It's good
Yes,
to see
it
you.
is. Monty's back as well. You're not going anywhere. 81 for 3. Nicholas Puran 32 from 23. And Rodman Powell. How impressed by Rodman Powell have you been, by the way, J-Rod?
Yeah, I think he's got enough better against spin, and there's never been an issue of how well he plays pace bowling. He's a brilliant player of left arm seam specifically, so I don't think we've had any issues with that. If you watched him in the IPL, you could see that there was a reason that they weren't picking him in the IPL for a long time. It was because they just didn't think he was going to stay in against the spinners. Now they think he can hit enough sixes against the spinners to put pressure back. No one's expecting him to be one of the world's best players of the slower ball, but it is a way of putting a little bit of pressure back onto a spinner. And you know this, Monty. If you're bowling to someone you know is not a great player of spinner but can still hit for 2 sixes and over, you still have to think your way through it a little bit against him, don't you?
You have to do. You have to indeed, because I think someone like Powell, he's a really intelligent cricketer now. He knows when to power hit, when to go after the bowlers, and when the form he is in at the moment, I think the spinners, they've got to somehow think, how do we get him off strike? Not look to actually get him out, get him off strike, and then attack the other batsman, and then sometimes just wickets falling around him actually changes the game plan. So I think they've maybe tactically got got it slightly wrong. I don't think you should look to get him out. I think you should look to bowl sort of defensively and think, right, let's just give him one and see how how Puran or the others come in bat, because the power hitting he has at the moment, jeez, he is batting really, really well at the moment, and it's intelligent, it's with force, strength. So that's the kind of style. When a batsman's under good form in T20 cricket, as a spinner, you bowl into the deck, bowl into the pads, try and see, right, not going to give him any room. So all the batsman has to do is try and maybe get a single or get off strike.
Good stuff. Monty Panesar speaking. We've heard from Gareth Batty, Jarrod Kimber alongside myself, John Norman. It's Rovman Powell facing up, and Gus Atkinson's going to bowl his second over. He's dug it in, and Rovman Powell said thank you very much. He has dispatched that over square leg for 6, 87 for 3.
Yeah, this was short, anything into his body, and that just went like a tracer bullet. It was in the air, and that's his beautiful hitting. He's always going after the first couple of deliveries to put the fast bowlers under pressure, and a great catch in the crowd as well.
Was that from a guy lying down?
Well, I mean, certainly lying down when he caught it, wasn't he? It's hard to tell. He might have been sitting. It's an incredible catch.
Both the sixes hit from Atkinson have been caught in the crowd. Again, the length there is on the short side. Powell cramped for room a little bit. Not great pace, 134 kilometres an hour, but he can't get off strike. He's frustrated as well. 87 for 3.
So England keep deciding that Atkinson is like a new Plunkett type of bowler, and they keep using him in the middle. But if you look at when he bowls in T20 games, generally when he's playing for Surrey, it's at the start and it's at the end. It's interesting that they're trying to create him into something he isn't.
Well, he's not as fast as what we've seen at times either. This is speared into the pads. Powell does get off strike at 1 run, 88 for 3.
So he's bowled the majority of his balls in the power play in T20 cricket. Bowls a little bit at the death, and he hasn't been particularly good in the middle. In fact, he has a higher runs per over in the middle than he does in the power play, but he can take wickets there, but he just hasn't spent as much time. It's interesting that they've decided that this is definitely the role for him. I suppose they have so many new ball bowlers in the team.
Short again, and Puran this time seizes upon the length. It's no great pace, that's the problem. And very straight on the left-hander as well. And he's helped that up and over for 6. Second maximum in the over. Not sure if this one was caught in the crowd though.
Yeah, only 120 kilometres, and the quick hands, anything at his body. This was brilliant hitting, and that's what they're really good at, the West Indian batsmen. Already 6 sixes, and that was a biggie.
Atkinson is in and gets away with one, which is on the pads of Puran. Big swing of the bat, but he misses. Comes through for a leg bye. Camera picks up Sam Curran, who still hasn't bowled.
Why do you think that's the case? Are they trying to protect him?
Well, I think we're all a little surprised that he hasn't bowled. I think that we were feeling that he should really have bowled in the power play. Certainly when the ball was swinging in the first 4 or 5 overs. Yorker length from Atkinson, and Powell wants 2 here. He's going to have to dash, but the throw isn't brilliant from mid-wicket, and he comes through comfortably. So 16 runs from Gus Atkinson's second over, 33 runs from the 2, and that's not playing out the way that England would have wanted. Powell 24, Puran 38. Decent partnership this. For the second T20 in a row, West Indies were in trouble. 8 for 2. Match day 2, they were 54 for 4. But they do bat deep. Hossain down to come in at 10, and England will remember Bridgetown last year. He can bat for sure. One change for West Indies with Rutherford, who hit his first ball in ODI cricket for 6, coming in for the misfiring Shimron Hetmeyer. 2 changes for England. No Chris Wokes today, no Rayan Ahmed. Reece Topley playing his first game since picking up that unfortunate finger injury against South Africa in the World Cup. And Gus Atkinson, who has been named in England's Test squad to play India, despite the fact he hasn't got that much 4-day experience. Livingston's going to bowl his second over. This is on the pads of Puran, who will take 1 run, and he moves to 39. The score 98 for 3. We're in the 12th over. And we've had plenty of chat on the chat facility on YouTube, and there's a lot of West Indies fans who do not think that England will be able to chase down anything over 170. I think they take 170 from here.
Do you want some stats on sixes?
Yeah.
Thought you might. England in the last 2 years of T20 cricket have hit a six every 18 balls, and West Indies is every 13 balls.
What about fours?
I didn't look that up yet.
Tossed up by Livingston, and that's in Rovman Powell's arc. He's smashed this. This has gone miles over long on. 100 up for the Windies. They're 104 for 3 in the 12th.
What about fours, John? What about fours? I mean, that was a 9, wasn't it?
Well, the reason I ask is because Gary Morgan, our scorer, did send through some stats looking at the power play. I'll get them in a second. And whilst the West Indies in the power play in this series have outscored England on the 6 count, 8 sixes to England's 3, they've again is tossed up by Livingston. Well, he doesn't learn. This has gone even further by Rovman Powell. That is a massive 6. No catching that. That's hit the roof.
Yeah, that's huge. This is impressive batting, and you can see this is absolutely poor bowling. Someone like him, you shouldn't be bowling like this, and it's 105 metres as well, into the deck, get him off strike. You know, you can't be throwing the ball up. You shouldn't be looking to take wickets. It's about, you know, bowling defensively because of, you know, the form that Powell's in. This is impressive batting. You know, the strike rate he's at the moment is over 200, and as a captain, he is really.
Well, again, it's tossed up, but there is turn. Attempted cut shot, but there's too much turn, and Livingston will have to play that bowl that one again.
Yeah, as a captain, he's really, you know, thriving.
Again, it's his turn, and again it's a wide. Problems starting to mount now for England. 112 for 3, and Windies are going at 10 and over.
Yeah, they are indeed, and I think this is where Liam Livingstone needs to find a way of...
This is width again, and Powell is throwing his bat big top edge, which does go over the covers, but bounces safely enough. 113 for 3. And that's the partnership. That's the 50-run partnership as well.
Yeah, they've been batting really well, but they've been getting balls in the slot as well. And with the impressive 6 hitting, going to keep going.
Round the wicket this time, and Puran will take a single. He moves to 40. Powell, 37 from 17.
So just looking at the fours, so England hit a 4 every 8.2 balls, and the West Indies is every 10.4 balls. So they're still well ahead when it comes to boundaries overall.
Width again, and Livingston is trying to hide the ball, really. He doesn't want it anywhere near the swinging arc of Rovman Powell, but it's still a risky tactic. Gets away with it though. 3 singles to end an expensive over. Windies 115 for 3 from 12.
Love how quickly he picked up his cap there and walked off. As if to say, I'm not bowling another over, I can tell you that. So England, a boundary every 8.2 balls. Australia, South Africa and India all around 7.5 balls. So they're the elite teams when it comes to fours. West Indies, as I said, a 6 every 12 balls. Bangladesh, a 6 every 28 balls. And Namibia hit a 6 every 29 balls and a 4 every 10 balls. And if you've ever seen Namibia play, you'll know that there's almost no boundaries all the way through until David Visa comes in at the end and suddenly they get a couple. They are the running between the wickets team. So if you look at these numbers, a couple of years ago, England would have been slightly higher on balls per 6 compared to some of the other teams. But balls per 4, they used to dominate that stat for a long period, probably from 2015 almost through to now. Other teams have caught up and gone past them, which is, me and Monty were talking about this off air, of yes, they were out of form in that last World Cup, but there is an argument that a lot of these teams have caught up with them, and Sam Curran's playing.
34 runs from the last 2 overs. Joss Butler calls upon Sam Curran. And he's in left arm over the wicket, and this is pushed by Powell into the covers for a single. So Sam Curran brought into the attack for the 13th over. Now Atkinson has been very expensive. Livingston's last over, equally so. We've got 1 over left from Reece Topley, 3 still to come from Tamar Mills.
So if you look at this, it feels like they decided that today Sam Curran would be break case in case of emergency. I got that wrong, but you knew where I was going with it, John.
Yep, I've got you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened, right? I don't think they were planning on bowling him by the look of this lineup so far, and it's just got to the point where they're not really feeling that comfortable with anyone who isn't Adil Rashid at the moment.
We imagine possibly Topley and Mills to bowl the final 3, as this is a glorious shot actually from Puran. We know he's leg side dominant, but this is on a 6th or 7th stump line. It's really dragged around to the leg side. Picks up the fielder though.
Remember what I said earlier, that Rodman Powell loves facing left arm seam as well. So we've already seen him take down Curran once in this tournament, and Puran's pretty good to left arm seam as well. So it's just tough for Curran, coming in late, cold, and having to bowl to 2 set batters who love left arm pace.
2 singles from his first over, and Sam Curran is in, and he bowls. This is on the pads. There's a shout for leg before wicket. It's just a question of where this ball pitched. The batters have crossed, single's been taken. We'll wait to see from the umpire. It's almost certainly a leg by. Conversation between Butler and Curran, and they're going to go upstairs.
Looked like it just pitched outside leg, didn't it?
My feeling was it pitched outside leg, yeah. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth going upstairs.
I was about to say, when the other team is scoring like this, it's worth it.
Original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot.
Can't take him with you.
I've checked both feet and it's a fair delivery. Could you move on the front on, please?
It's a good ball though. It's on a length. Trapped him. He got a little bit caught on the crease there. Cross
Front
seam.
on coming up.
Has to be outside leg.
Ball
though.
appears to be very close to
I know
the
this
bat.
isn't a straight on
Can
angle,
you
but
assist
that's
with ultra edge, please?
not out, is it?
No, I don't think this one will be overturned.
Ultra edge coming
It's
up.
almost certainly hitting the wickets.
Flat line, flat line, flat line. Keep rolling. Could you take it back from me, please? There's a gap between the bat and the ball. Keep rolling. No bat was involved. Could you move into ball tracking that's available, please?
This is what we want to see.
Ball tracking coming up. Ball pitching outside leg. Nigel, you will keep your original decision of not out. I'll tell you when you're unscrewed.
So there we go.
Yeah, confirmation of the
117 for 3 then, the score remains. And England have lost a review. Nicholas Puran 41 and Rodman Powell 39. Is that the score though? There we go. Yep, there is another run to be added. The leg by, of course. The umpire just holding back that little bit of information until after England have made their decision. Puran it is then. Facing up, this is wide from Curran. Good delivery. Swing and a miss from Puran. Yorker length. Plenty of width, but missed by the batter. I can hear Gareth Batty and Michelle St Patrick Hewitt just discussing the bowling order off mic, so it'll be fascinating to see us wide, and we'll have to be bowled again this time by Curran.
Getting them in boundaries and extras. They are both almost every bowler who comes on at the moment is bowling as wide as possible, just trying to keep that ball away. Willing to even bowl wides in Livingston's case. I think Curran just got a little bit wider than he wanted.
Well, this is kind of what Monty's been saying though, isn't it? It's essentially applying a defensive mindset rather than trying to get the wickets. It's just trying not to concede runs. Again, this is wide from Curran. Puran knows what Curran is attempting, and he essentially steps across the crease and almost reverse scoops this ball to square leg and comes through for a single. 120 for 3 West Indies in a game that only they can afford to lose. But more importantly, from an English perspective. I suppose they want to see a return to form. Rhys Topley, on his recall, has done exactly that. Short delivery from Puran. Through with the Paulist Powell, and he's been caught by Jos Butler. Possibly the pressure's starting to tell, or was it the change-up? Either way, Powell's got to go. Windies lose their fourth, and Puran strikes. 120 for 4.
This is brilliant bowling from Sam Curran, and it'll do a world of confidence for him. Getting the main man out, the captain who was in fine form. And good captaincy from Jos Butler as well. And it paid off, didn't it? Bowling defensively. This is a key wicket. He's out for 39 of 21 deliveries, and West Indies lose their fourth wicket for 120.
But what was it though, Monty? What was it that led to that wicket?
I think it was more towards bowling, wide to, Nick Puran, and then what they've looked to do is the first couple of deliveries, get a boundary, put the pressure back onto the bowlers. They weren't able to do that with Sam Curran, and it enforced them to actually take the really high risk option. And when they did, I think Sam Curran kind of read the situation really well. So I think that's how they've got to, play out the next sort of few overs. It's the first two deliveries, bowl defensively, bowl wide, so they don't get hit for a boundary, and then force it on the West Indies batsman to take the high risk option. And then you've got to read the game well, which Sam Curran, he's an intelligent cricketer, and he read it beautifully there. He exactly knew what the captain wanted to do, and he's taken the big wicket. And I think that will do a huge confidence for him as a player, as his own tactics, and his sort of backing his instincts.
I think he does seem like a confident chap though, doesn't he? I mean, is he? Do you think it will do him any confidence, or do you think he backs himself? And I mean, at points of Curran, I think he just needs to play. He's sat and watched a lot of cricket in India. I think the more he plays, the better he might get. Ali's back for a third over. He bowled 2 in the second T20, and this again was kind of in the slot for Puran, allowed him to free his arms, and he's placed that ball over mid-wicket. 4 runs at the start of the over.
Yes, it's full bowling into the stumps, and anything full on this pitch is going for 4. It's important that Moeen Ali starts well.
Reverse from Puran. Extravagant shot, really. It was almost a reverse slog sweep, and gets 1.
It's quite interesting. So the minute there's 2 left-handers, we see the off-spinner come back on. But this is why matchups are really frustrating, I think, for fans as well, because we know that Robin Powell doesn't like off-spin. So they could have used that to try and slow down Robin Powell, and instead they've just done it for the left-handers. And it's that sort of unthinking matchups which I think really frustrates fans at times.
Rutherford about to face his first delivery. There is a slip in place. This is taken at first slip, but was it via bat or thigh? I think it came off the thigh. Either way, Ali getting some good turn there. Really giving the ball a little bit of a rip. Yeah, hit him on the thigh. Beaten again. Rutherford playing back. There's a polite inquiry.
Yeah, it's a lot better. He's bowling it quicker into the pitch, and you can see the more you bowl it into the pitch, you get that wicket to break, and above 92 Ks, much better bowling.
He's also, this is flatter, and Rutherford runs through. It would have been interesting if Ali had managed to field that successfully. I think Rutherford might have been struggling a little bit to make his ground, but as it is, it was a misfield, and it means Puran comes on. And I suppose the other point is that of course Rutherford is the new batter, so it's going to take him a couple of deliveries, although it didn't really in that first ODI that he played. 6 first ball, given out second, overturned it, and then was out third ball. That was good. Playing back, pushed to backward point by Puran, sent back by Rutherford, no single there, and England have just about pushed an over through there through Moeen Ali. The first ball went for 4, 2 singles after that. 126 for 4 then Windies after 14 overs.
Yeah, it's much better from Moeen Ali at the back end. Finished the over really well. They quickly recognised to bowl it quicker into the pitch, wicket to wicket, and that length as well. And that's where I think the likes of Liam Livingstone, when he got hit for sixes, back-to-back sixes by Powell, just floated it up. It's not a pitch where you want to throw the ball up. It's more of a pitch of bowling, most of your deliveries flat into the wicket and then the odd one, you throw it up. So it's been much better from England, and they'll be hoping if the next 6 overs, if they can restrict them about 170, that sort of total, I think they'll be happy with.
Well, West Indies averaged 60 runs in the last 5 overs of an innings in the series so far, 8 fours and 11 sixes. England averaging 44, so that is a big difference. Curran back for his second over. It's a full toss, and it is a chase for the fielder at deep point, and it's Livingstone who does well to prevent that from going over the boundary. 2 runs from the bat of Rutherford, 128 for 4.
Yeah, great piece of fielding. It's going to be pieces of fielding like this that is going to bring gradually momentum back to England and then create those wicket opportunities. And the West Indies, it's a clear intention from them. They're going to look to, like they have been doing, trying to get boundaries in the first couple of deliveries and then ease off afterwards.
Rutherford again, width given by Curran. Livingstone can chase, so can Jacks. But that was a loose delivery from Curran, and it is thrashed to the boundary for 4. 132 for 4 Windies.
Look, we talked about this before. His slow balls just don't often work. He just doesn't execute them the way that he should. There's a length slow ball back of the hand. It was wide. He just gave so many opportunities. He's got 2 fielders out on that boundary, and yet Rutherford could still take his time and find the gap between them.
Rutherford readies himself. Little movement to the offside, but this is a good Yorker from Curran. Single taken though, so 7 runs from the over. Rutherford off strike, and Puran back on, 3 shy of 50.
It's better bowling. I just thought with Rutherford, if he could just bowl his best deliveries, just the batsman in, and especially, when we look at the best bowlers for England, it's been Adil Rashid. And he's been taking those wickets, bowling them sort of good deliveries, good leg spin deliveries.
Over the wickets, and an elaborate and astonishing attempted shot from Puran that misses. There's a stumble behind the stumps by Butler, but no run scored. Essentially, Puran knows that Curran is going to be bowling wide, and instead of trying to target the offside, he's trying to haul it over the leg. But he misses, and no damage done. How many has Rashid bowled today? Wide and left alone, dragged down by Curran. 134 for 4.
He's just been a little bit predictable here, isn't he? Bowling wide, the slower deliveries. And with Rashid, still 2 to go.
What has Curran got here as Puran is forward and just pushes this ball up to long off. 1 run added. 48 from 35. And Rutherford in for Shimron Hetmeyer today. Michelle St Patrick Hewitt, who will be picking up comms in a couple of deliveries, seemed relatively happy with that decision when it was announced at the toss. Hetmeyer has just been finding ways of getting himself out, it seems, at times in this series. No real score of note. What can Rutherford do? Curran, who's already picked up 1 wicket, 1 ball left of his second, and he nearly picks up a second. No foot movement at all from Rutherford on the cut with the inside edge going back past the stumps. No run then. 15 overs in, 135 for 4 the West Indies. Gary Morgan, our scorer, saying that they average over 60 from the final 5 overs. If they get that, England will be facing a chase in and around 200. To see whether they get that far, Over the next 5 overs will be the returning Gareth Batty, and after a word from Jarrod Kimber, will be Michelle St Patrick Hewitt.
Yeah, I think you were saying before, there's some people in the chat were saying anything over 170. Certainly the West Indies will be looking more than that, but just of recent times, keeping the ball as far away from the batters as possible, just built up a little bit of pressure, but they've given up a lot of wides, but we haven't seen a six in a little while. Sorry, I should say, we haven't seen strings of sixes like we were seeing before. Have we, Mash?
We haven't. West Indies definitely will be targeting 200 here minimum, but Adil Rashid has other ideas. Nicholas Puran rocks back onto that first ball of the 16th over, and that is fielded just shy, wide-ish of long on for 1 run. Jarrod, myself and Gareth were talking about this West Indian lineup, and I made a remark that Rodman Powell and Nicholas Puran, I'll come back to this point shortly as Adil Rashid is in again. This one's wide and is given the, well, I thought it was given the treatment, but actually Rutherford does not connect well to that and is only able to get 1 run. Rodman Powell, Nicholas Puran, Shafane Rutherford will never play a test match for the West Indies, Jarrod. And when fans of other teams see the talent on show, they often wonder why. Adil Rashid again. Oh, and that's just a fine little cut there from Nicholas Puran. This intelligent cricket, and he gets a 4, and that will be his 50. He moves on to 53 not out of 37 balls. Nicholas Puran is one of the world's greatest talents, and as I was just saying, he may never play a test match for the West Indies, but certainly when it comes to this format of cricket, you can see why so many franchise teams often want him.
He picked the wrong in there. He plays the wrong one better than he does the straight one from Rashid. It opened the face, probably gave Gareth Batty flashbacks to bowling to Lara. That was such a great shot. But sorry, Pat.
Rashid again, and this time Puran tries to reverse it. Actually seems to catch the leading edge somewhat. Didn't go where he wanted it to. Does get 1 off the over. West Indies move to 142-4.
Well, look, Puran is the weirdest story, isn't he? Because he's used as the story of, oh, look, they don't play Test cricket anymore. But obviously Puran had a falling out with Trinidad and Tobago quite early on. Him and Gus Logie, I believe, don't get on particularly well, if I remember the stories.
Rashid again. This time Rutherford on strike. There's a big LBW shout. Not out is the call.
Very, very close. They're going to have a review here.
Adil Rashid and Josh Butler definitely having a conversation about this one. Possibly didn't pitch in line. Is that what they're...
I thought it did. I thought it pitched in line and straightened, but
it wasn't a height issue.
Bats thought it was out almost instantly as well. I thought it was a bit of a soft appeal even, Bats.
We'll have a look at this one again. It's pitching in... I think that's out.
Yeah, I reckon that's pitching middle and leg and hitting off.
Well, they did not review. I think they probably should have done. Shafane Rutherford survives, and he tucks the next ball into the onside. Puran wants 2. Rutherford was jogging, was not interested. That brings an end to the 16th over. West Indies 143 for 4.
So that's the Nicholas Puran situation. So it is a bit weirder than everyone else's. There was a car accident, and he would have played Test cricket if he'd had a normal path through cricket. Rodman Powell probably is one of that first Shafane Rutherford, isn't it? I don't know much about his first class cricket. Does he play any?
Well, I mean, we're just looking back at it. Did pitch outside. That Adil Rashid one that they did not review did pitch outside leg, so it would have been not out on review. Shafane Rutherford. I guess Shafane Rutherford almost is an example of what kind of happens to West Indian talent, in so much as I believe he made his West Indies debut initially at 18 or 19. I'll have to go back and double check that. But he went straight into franchise cricket. So
he's only 25 now.
Exactly.
He feels
like he's been around for a long time, but he made his debut.
Of teams.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
More teams than Gareth Batty.
I'm going to say he's got. Oh yeah, the 3. He's got more clubs than Jack Nicklaus there, hasn't he?
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous when you look at some of their pages. Look, he played 17 first-class games, averaged 23, but he would have been about 19 when he played most of those.
Yeah, but that was for 17 different teams. Looking at all the teams on his profile there.
One for each.
So Tymel Mills is in to bowl the 17th over. It's his second. You would imagine he's going to bowl... So that would make him bowl the 17th and the 19th. He won't bowl out, interestingly. And Rutherford goes straight after that one. It's in his slot, and he just smashes that. He biffs it. Let's say he biffs that one straight down the ground, through the line. 4 runs for Shafane Rutherford. He moves to 14 not out.
Yeah, you can tell that he's looking for anything full
It's sort of that side of the hand from Mills where he's trying to get that sort of almost leg cut action on the ball, but because it's side of the hand, it doesn't have the pace on it. But again, we've seen from England, it's still that full length. It's got to be that back of a length. Make the wicket do the talking for you. It just takes the wicket out of the equation when you commit like Rutherford. I think he was trying to hit it over mid-on. It goes straight back over the bowler's head for 4.
Mills again, and this off. Well, Rutherford just backs off, clears the leg. It's gone over the mid-wicket boundary. That's 6, and it's a sign of why Shafane Rutherford has been recalled back to West Indies colours after so long. It's just the sheer power he possesses and ability to change a game.
Yeah, it's the ease of the swing. It's a beautiful full swing. He's a left-hander. He picks his left hand up nice and back and long, and then he just swings through. It's that beautiful arc. It's almost like a baseball shot.
Yeah.
It's just back of a length, up and over in front of square. Never getting a fielder there, mind you. 20 rows back, you never have fielders there. It was a wonderful piece of batting from Rutherford.
IPL auction is coming up very soon. A couple of these West Indian players may well be getting a deal after this series. Timer Mills, what can he come back with? He's gone for a 4 and a 6. Shafane Rutherford is on fire. That's wide. Rutherford down on one knee, loses his shape, and is that dropped in the deep, or has it fallen short of Gus Atkinson? Rutherford lost his shape, almost fell over in going after that one. Has Gus Atkinson put that one down, or has he actually parried it and saved 4 runs? It's actually a good piece of fielding to stop it.
Yeah, one of those difficult ones for Gus Atkinson there, sort of on the half volley. He's having to run in, he's putting his sort of face and his body on the line. Gets a nice couple of hands behind it.
West Indies on the charge here though. Mills in, and Puran is another baseball slap, and it bisects long on, and the mid-wicket boundary rider for 4. Mills onto the pump. 15 off this over so far, 2 more balls to go. West Indies eyeing more than 200. Is that out the side or the back of the hand again?
That was out the back of the hand, but the problem was we got the length wrong, but also Puran was just waiting for that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He just expected it to come, knowing that he had a free swing to the leg side. He didn't even hit it that well, he just found that gap.
Puran now on 58 from 39 balls. Rutherford 21 from 13. Tymel Mills, can he bowl a dot? He goes wide. Well, I'm going to call that one an uppercut slap. It's an uppercut slap for 6. Nicholas Puran's chewing his gum. We've seen this before from Nicholas Puran. He moves to 64. It's another 6. Let me do my quick maths. What's that? 21 off the over so far. Jared, describe that one.
It wasn't even that short. We've seen Carl Mayers play this shot, haven't we? It's just that almost like a cut slap, isn't it, Bats? And it's just the timing he gets off it.
Keep it simple, that's just genius. Got it square over point. Not much width, not much length. Just a wonderful piece of skill. To inject that left hip as late as he did to get the power up and over for 6 is quite incredible.
One more ball of Tymel Mills over. Puran goes, well, he's trying to go for a cover drive. Instead he gets a thick outside edge, squirts away for 4. And West Indies have taken Tymel Mills 4. There's so many 4s and 6s that I need to do my quick maths again. They've taken them for 25 runs off the 17th over. West Indies are 168 for 4.
Aren't you a maths teacher?
No. It was quick though.
If it doesn't rain, it pours for the bowlers if it's not quite going their way. Mills gets it right the last ball, the 6th of the over. Gets a wide, fullish ball. Puran, just your traditional nick, and it's gone through a short third man. Obviously the third man is up with all the power that we've seen from the previous over, but it just shows bowlers from both teams have really struggled when a batter's got a hold of them on this Grenadian surface. And is it because the boundaries are in quite a bit? Is it just because the stand-up nature of the surface, if you just climb into it, top of the bounce, it just keeps going? Either way, not pleasant when you're on the receiving end.
Amidst all this carnage, Adil Rashid is 1 for 17 off 3 overs. Him and Reece Topley have been the standout bowlers. You would imagine Topley will bowl out one of the final 2. But it's Adil Rashid to bowl out now, bowling the 18th, and Shafane Rutherford plays that first ball down too long on for one.
Just to finish on Rutherford from before, so he plays his last first-class game in 2019. He batted at number 8.
Because he probably would have been seen then as a bowling all-rounder, because he does bowl medium pace.
Yeah, he was never a bowling all-rounder.
No,
I don't know who saw him as that.
Nicholas Puran is back on strike. He's 68 of 41 balls. Adil, though, he's got the wrong line there, Adil. He's on the leg stump. Nicholas Puran, that's easy food and drink for him. Just deposits that over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Yeah, it's the wrong one from Adil Rashid, and because it pitches outside leg stump, Puran gets his right leg down leg stump, so he's got a natural force going into the spin, and hits it in front of square, hard and flat, into the carried bottle that's blown up into the stands. Brilliant piece of batting from Puran.
We see this from Nicholas Puran when he just is on fire. Everything just goes. This one, he's fine and content to dab it into mid-wicket, and they'll come back for 2. It was 1. Good running. Puran called 2. Rutherford was up to the task this time. Adil Rashid's been taken for 9 off 3. Nicholas Puran moves to 76 off 43 balls. The run rate goes over 10 for the first time in the match. This partnership, 57 off 28 balls. Puran has contributed 34 of those. Shafane Rutherford 22. Adil Rashid still has 3 balls left of this 18 overs. He's on the leg stump again. Puran down on one knee. It's the same shot again. But well, I thought it was going to go way back, but actually it just clears Gus Atkinson, who's tipped it over the crossbar, but over the boundary rope at the same time for 6. Puran moves to 82.
Yeah, almost carbon copy from a ball or two earlier, but this time it goes behind square, straight at Gus Atkinson. We saw him earlier in the game have a wonderful sort of tap it back into play moment. Not this time. There's just too much height, too much power, fingertips, and it goes over for 6. Great batting from Puran.
Adil Rashid taking tap here, but he's still got 2 balls to bowl in this over. Oh well, how do you describe that one? Nicholas Puran gone. It looked like for all money it was gone for 6, but actually Adil Rashid, the cameraman thought it had gone for 6, but Adil Rashid has actually won the battle after going for 15 runs.
Yeah, it's just a leg spinner just outside off stump. Puran tries to hit that mid-wicket area with a sort of a lap slog stroke, just sort of hit it into the stand type shot. The bat turns in his hand, loses the power. Adil loves it. You don't see much emotion from Adil Rashid. He showed a lot of emotion there, which, gotta be honest, I love to see. I think that's really nice to see your senior players showing a bit of care that it's not quite gone our way here in the last 4 or 5 overs, and he really shows that that's a big wicket for us.
So Nicholas Puran goes for 82 off 45 balls.
Bit of a letdown now, only Andre Russell coming out.
And yes, it'll be Andre Russell who comes to the crease at the fall of the 5th wicket. There'll be 1 more ball of Adil Rashid to face, I would assume, if it's not in Russell's arc or slot, that he will treat this with respect and they will target the final 2 overs. West Indies 183 for 5.
He does do a lot of surprise defending, don't you find? Especially if he does
very straight defence as well.
Yeah, like he would have been such a good first-class player himself. I know he did. That's when I first saw him, was when he was playing for West Indies A, and he was playing over here, and he made runs and took wickets, and I was like, this guy's going to be incredible one day as a Test cricketer, but not so much. But he can defend very, very well. Just out of nowhere, he'll defend one with a big forward step. Let's see if I'm right.
Final ball over Adil Rashid's over, and then it's the straight back and defended down the ground.
I got the forward step wrong, Bats, but it's weird because you don't think of it, but he really picks the right balls, and he's thinking, well, it's first ball against a leg spinner. Chances are I'm going to hit straight up in the air. I'll block this, and I'll get to the other end, and then I'll swing at everything.
So an eventful over there. Nicholas Puran went after Adil Rashid, but he went 1 time too many.
I think Puran will feel good that he's gone up against someone he generally doesn't do very well against, and he took him down. I don't think he's going to be upset that he didn't hit that one. Well, I mean, he is upset. Just seeing it the replay. I don't think he's going to be upset that he went out to Rashid, because he's finally scored some runs and looked a little bit more confident against him, and that's an important thing for him.
Yeah, I think if there's a learning for him from there, actually wait until the ball is within, he stumps within his body line, so he generates power out of the shot. Rashid is very good at taking the pace off the ball without going up out of the hand all the time. So as soon as it gets outside the stumps, you need that ground force to get it up and out of the ground. It's not an easy thing to do.
I think Puran probably was just guilty there of, once he thinks he's on fire, so to speak, as far as he's concerned, everything's in his slot. And we've seen him do that successfully before. But Adil Rashid had the final laugh. It will be Sam Curran to bowl the 19th. He's gone for 1 for 13 off 2. He's into Shafane Rutherford, and that, well, I'm sorry to say that was village cricket all round there. Sam Curran bowls a wide ball, wide slower ball. Josh Butler it's almost like he thought Josh closed his legs at the final moment. Almost, it's gone for his legs. He's been nutmegged, but it's village cricket.
It was just, the hands were the laziest bit there. I know it went through his legs, but he just took that so easy. He's very disappointed in himself. But it's for Curran, that's terrible, because that should be 1 run, and it makes his figures look so much worse.
He'll have to reload the ball after that wide, and Shafane Rutherford takes that off middle stump. Didn't look comfortable with it. Does get 1 down to long on.
You bought a shirt from the shirt auction yet, Mash?
I'm waiting to see whose shirt is the cheapest, and then I will definitely get involved in the shirt auction. And the last time I checked, Shimron Hetmeyers was going for the highest bid.
How much?
It was 300 and something last I checked. So I won't be getting involved in that shirt, but I'll wait to see whose hasn't been raised. Sam Curran, anyways, in for his second ball of the over to Andre Russell. And Russell he plays that, down to long off for another run, and they will rotate strike again.
When they had the crick toes, do you remember the crick toes?
I do remember.
When the ICC were selling NFTs for cricket, I went on looking for the cheapest one, and there was like a Tamal Mills dot ball for $6. I had my eye on that for a long time, Bats, but I wasn't sure what I was going to do with Tamal Mills' dot ball, other than perhaps gift it to him one day. Would you like to own your own dot ball?
I'm very surprised it wasn't me for a penny or something that you were just about to bring up.
No. Couldn't find any of yours.
Shafane Rutherford back on strike, and it's a carbon copy of the first ball. It's a wide. This time Josh Butler does close his legs, and Sam Curran will have to reload that one. So we've gone wide, 5 wides, 1 wide. Bit of a messy 19th over at the moment.
No, I disagree. I actually feel like he's trying to bowl it down the wide line. The first one for me went straight down the wide line. Now that's down to umpire interpretation. As long as he's consistent, that's absolutely fine. That one, again, you're better off bowling the wide than getting it inside and getting launched out of the ground.
I'll come back to that point, actually. And Shafane Rutherford does well. He goes after the wide one this time, and he does get launched outside the ground. In the ground, but outside, over the boundary rope, I should say. But that doesn't disprove your point, Bats, in so much as I could see what Sam was going for there. And the point I wanted to raise there is that Dwayne Bravo is a big proponent of that. He says rather bowl a wide than go for a 6.
Yeah, I mean, what's the greater evil? The 1 run or a maximum? And I think if we were being hypercritical, that's 6 inches inside the wide line because he's been wided twice. I actually think he went down the barrel of the wide line previous to. See what Sam Curran throws up this time. Well, that's into the ground and short. I don't know if Rutherford's got enough on that, and he is caught down at long on. And Rutherford will go for a spectacular 29 of 17, but I think Gareth Batty said 2 balls ago that he thought Sam Curran actually bowled a good over, and I make you right. Yeah, I think it's fine margins, isn't it? If that first ball doesn't go through Joss's legs, all of a sudden you're saying pretty good over. Anything under 9s and 10s in this position, I reckon West Indies are already 20 runs above par. It is tax-free for them now. It would be anyway, but even more so tax-free because there is nothing riding on it from their point of view. They're already ahead of the game, and I think it just shows that Sam put in the right slots in the game, looked after appropriately. He's quite a smart cricketer. We saw it in the World Cup that he gets man of the match in the World Cup before the 50 overs, and you kind of like just try and get people in the right slots. And he's been really smart there. That's an off-cut to slower ball into the surface, high and hard, and gets top of the bat from Rutherford. Caught long on, but Rutherford nonetheless played a very nice hand there.
It brings Jason Holder to the crease.
Do you think Akil is saying?
Well, I was literally just about to say to you, Jared, I'm surprised Akil hasn't come ahead of him.
I think earlier, obviously Jason Holder makes a lot more sense, but I think at this time of the innings, Akil Hussain's actually quite hard to bowl to. He's like a young Adil Rashid. The ball goes in odd directions. He can hit sixes as well. Holder obviously has power. He'll probably hit 4 sixes now and make me look silly, but I would have thought this sort of madness time it'd be good to have Akil Hussain in.
It's going back to club cricket though, isn't it? Back in the day, you're playing club cricket, guy walks in with a Duncan Fernley attack with a bit of black masking tape on it, you're like, everybody spread out, he's gonna whack it. This fella comes in, you're like, he's an absolute giant of a man. Straight away there's a physical presence.
So it will be Sam Curran. I was about to say his final ball. He's got 2 balls left because of the wides, and Holder just pats that into the offside for 1 to bring Andre Russell onto strike.
Holder wanted 2 then. Andre Russell did a really good, that pretend term. We go, oh, I don't think it's there, mate. When in actual fact, he had purposely slowed down to make sure he got the last ball.
Interesting, Gareth, that you think this is 20 over par. I think this is well, I know England have flattered to deceive somewhat in this series, but I think there's 200 on this pitch for sure.
Well, there is. We're about to see it from the West Indies.
Just once.
So Sam Curran, final ball of his over, and predictably Andre Russell goes after it straight down the ground, flat back 6, and that's why he didn't want to turn for the 2. He showed Jason Holder what that was all about, and West Indies have passed 200. They bring the 200 up there, 204 for 6. There will be 1 over left after this.
Andre Russell, just absolute power to burn. His left foot goes almost out on the wide line. That's how wide his stance ends up in the end as he strikes this, and then it goes straight over Sam Curran's head. Massive swing of the bat, baseball style. Had that bit of a power fade at the end where it's fading away towards long off, not long on. It's a bit of a slice on it, I suppose. Wonderful, wonderful batting, and he knew, he was like, if this is in my slot, this is gone. That's why I didn't go for the second.
The West Indies have hit 14 sixes in this match so far. Jared, where do you stand on this notion that the side that wins the most sixes will always win the game? Do you think that's now outdated, or do you think that still holds sway?
If you look right across the game, like there are teams that hit a lot of boundaries. So India hit a lot of 4s and still win. So there are teams that can do it that way. I don't like, there's never one stat that tells you who's going to win a game.
Reece Topley will bowl the final over. Holder shifted his movement there, trying to predict what Topley would do, and he only gets 1 run there, fielded at the mid-wicket boundary.
Holder's 2 off 2 anyway. Not saying Akil should have come in. So I remember when I was in Scotland, they were asking about this, and I said, look, well, here's what happens if you hit the most sixes, but here's also what happens if you hit the most singles, and you still win a lot of games.
Right.
So there's never one way of doing it. And as you know, the West Indies play a very different format of T20. So I don't know if you were listening before. Bats are like this as well, actually. England hit a 6 every 18 balls, but they hit a boundary every 8 balls. A 4 every 8 balls, I should say. West Indies hit a 6 every 12 balls, which is leading the world, but hit a 4 every 10 balls. So they're actually hitting less 4s on purpose, but they're maximising those with 6s.
Topley to Russell, first ball, full toss, no run. Russell cannot get on top of that, checks the toe end of his bat, blaming the bat, and he will actually ask for the bat to be changed. It was fielded by Adil Rashid at extra cover. There was no run there.
So if you look at it, like India score a boundary every 7.6 balls, so much quicker than England, but hit a 6 every 14. It depends on your players. Prithvi Shaw has an incredible strike rate and almost never hits 6s, right? No one's having a go at him.
And it also depends on the surfaces you play, the ground size. There's an awful lot to it. You could actually feasibly go the other way now in international cricket and pull the boundaries back and say, right, we're going to score more 2s than you because you just want to hit it out the ground if you're playing against the West Indies. Make it so big they can't do that.
Famously why we struggled in the 2021 World Cup. Reece Topley, full toss again. And will he be called? And that was that over waist high? I don't think so. But Russell again struggles to take advantage of the mistimed delivery by Reece Topley, and there's only 1 there.
Yeah, I mean, the MCG is a perfect example of that. The Melbourne Stars are very good at the MCG by bowling short because the wide boundaries at the MCG, and then their players are very good at getting 2. So even someone like Glenn Maxwell will get a lot of 2. So all these things play in. I think that the best runner between the wickets in the world is David Warner, and it's because he plays on Australian grounds that are bigger than everyone else's, so he gets more chance to run than anyone else.
It's also part of his game plan, is it? It gets him back on strike. If you're getting twos, you're striking at 200 without taking a risk.
But it's hard to do that in Eden Park, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Fourth ball of the over. Jason Holder on strike again. Moves. Well, you can see why he moved before the ball was bowled. He leaned straight into it for 6. I guess that's why he came ahead of Akil Hussain. He's striking 8 of 3. He's doing his job at the back end. Using those long levers to full effect. Straight back over his top of his head, straight back down the ground. Can't get out there.
Yeah, 97 metres. I mean, that's just a colossal strike. I'm not sure Reece Topley did a huge amount wrong.
And again, well, actually, that's a brilliant cricket shot. He manages to. I almost say it's a dink. It's not even necessarily a booming mid-wicket drive there, but he manages to dink it over mid-wicket and then dissect the long-on boundary fielder and the mid-wicket boundary fielder for 4.
Yeah, Yorker missed it by like 6 inches, just jammed it out because of the force of the levers that Holder has. It flies over straight mid-wicket.
Final ball, and this time he goes over cover. It's another 6, 6-4-6 to end the innings. The West Indies end on 2-2-2 for 6 of their 20 overs. They hit 14 fours, 16 sixes. Andre Russell ends on 8 not out from 5. Jason Holder 18 not out from 5. And this is going to take some getting.
It's a big total, so they were massively in front in all the win predictors, even coming in, coming into the last 3 or 4 overs, and they've certainly done that. But imagine how many more runs they would have scored if Akil Hussain had come out. Hey,
you stole my line. I was going to have your badge for that.
I could see your face, but I was working up to that joke. That's what you want Holder to do. We don't see it as much. I think he's a much better batter in the middle overs than he is at the end. But that's exactly what you want the big guy to do. I think the most important one for me was the chip off his toes. That's an incredible shot.
Most definitely. So just running through that card, Brandon King was first to go for 8. Carl Mayers for a duck. Sorry, King bowled Moeen. Mayers bowled Topley, caught Butler. Shea Hope then went for 26, bowled Rashid, caught Phil Salt. Followed by Rodman Powell after a great partnership with Nicholas Puran, who went for 39 of 21 balls. Sam Curran, the bowler. Just Butler took that catch. And then Nicholas Puran launched an onslaught. He eventually departed for 82 of 45 balls before being followed by Shafane Rutherford. And you've just heard the fireworks at the back end, and the West Indians end on 2-2-2 for 6 at the end of their 20 overs. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third T20 between West Indies and England on TalkSport 2. Don't go anywhere, because next up we'll bring you the run chase with John Norman and Gareth Batty.
TalkSport 2.
Short ball, and he's entered, he's out!
The third T20 match live on TalkSport 2, the new home of cricket.
Club card accepted.
This Christmas at Tesco, get Pepsi Max 24 packs, now only £7, down from £10.50 with club card prices. Helping you become more Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores Pepsi ends 2nd of January. Excludes Northern Ireland and Whoosh. Club card required.
Worn out, busy day. Don't let tiredness get in the way when you just can't get going. Barocca can help you face the lag. Formulated with 11 vitamins and minerals, including vitamins B6 and 12 to help support energy release and reduce tiredness and fatigue. Barocca, face the lag. Barocca contains vitamin C, B vitamins 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12 and magnesium and zinc.
This Christmas, choose iPhone 13 with its amazing cinematic mode and autofocus for even sharper videos. Who knows, you might finally capture Santa in action.
Oh, hello?
Plus, with iPhone 13 at Vodafone, you can get free airtime for the first 6 months, all on our reliable, award-winning network, Vodafone.
Ends 19th of December, then £49 per month. Offer on 24-month unlimited max plans. Credit check, verifications and terms at vodafone.co.uk/mobile.
You could hit the slopes without an instructor. Or you could have a go at cutting your own hair. Oh. Heck, why not? You should rewire the house. At ATS Euromaster, we think there are times when things are better left to the experts. Things like vehicle maintenance and getting yours through the winter. Pick up a set of Michelin Cross-Climate 2 tyres and drive with confidence, whatever the weather. ATS Euromaster, you're in good hands.
Righty here for Gillette. Have I got something for you? The Gillette Labs razor has a unique exfoliating bar that clears the path before the blades for effortless shaving in one stroke, leaving you fresh and ready to take on your day in no time. And at Gillette, we promise you that Gillette Labs is the ultimate shave, or, I've always wanted to say this, your money back. Gillette, the best a man can get. 18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to a very festive... Alfie's the answer! So tell me, who won which cheapest supermarket of the year and drinks retailer of the year? Come on, you must know this by now. Well, jingle my bells! Aldi's the answer! The ho-ho only shop you need this Christmas.
On DAB, online and via the TalkSport app.
He's gone!
The third T20 match live
on TalkSport 2.
Well, here we are then. If England are going to chase down a score that will keep them in the series, they're going to have to do it. An entertaining, attacking, aggressive style. 223 needed from the 20 overs that will be available to them in a short while when they make their way back out onto the field in Grenada at St George's. I mean, it was Gareth Batty's alongside myself, John Norman, by the way. Jarrod Kimber's here as well. We're just having a look at average scores at this ground. Not a lot of cricket is actually played here, so not sure you can take too much from that. But Gareth Batty, this is a side, an England team that's looking down on itself at the moment in terms of confidence, really. Wow, they've got a lot to do, haven't they?
I would say that in the last since 2018, winning the 50 over World Cup, for England to chase this down would be the next best performance with the bat that I would have seen. It will be an incredible feat. There were some wonderful signs. I really did feel like there were some good signs in the field, but it just wasn't for the full package of 20 overs, unfortunately. Topley coming back into the team, 1 for 14 in the power play, bowling 3 straight. That was a great effort when we were under some fire. Rashid was great up until his last over, and then Puran took a bit of a liking. Well, he was taking a liking to anybody, that's a bit harsh. And then obviously, some young players who were finding their way, had a difficult day, but we've also got to take into consideration the last game at this ground. A very fine 2020 player in Dre Russ had his worst ever international T20 bowling figure. So look, we've got to take things in a rational manner, and this is a slightly rebuilding group.
Sack everyone, you're saying?
No, I'm saying this is a slightly rebuilding group, and we're finding who are going to take over the last 4 or 5 years of dominance in white ball cricket, not just 2020 cricket, and we have to take a proper view on it. There were some decent glimpses there really were, but I've also got to flip it on its head and say I think the West Indies look powerful, frighteningly powerful, but powerful with skill. Some of the skill on the show were quite brilliant.
Well, the highest score here before was 208 by Ireland, so they went well beyond the highest score. The highest chase here is 161, but as John said, there's only been 7 games, but on average you get about 171 runs scored at this ground, so it's not particularly a fast batting surface or anything like that. I thought when they bowled spin well, England, they certainly put some pressure on, and when Reece Topley moved the ball around, Sam Curran actually bowled well. No one looking at these figures is ever going to believe that, and I know the 5 wides didn't help, but even beyond that, he still went for a lot of runs, but I thought he bowled quite well. But in general, I'm not sure England really were on top of their game when it came to their bowling. So if West Indies have a poor day as well, things could happen, but a couple of good spinners here. Probably, it looks like a wicket where you need 2 frontline spinners, and they certainly have 2 specialists.
Well, they do, don't they? And they've got Moti, who was almost unplayable in that second T20. I'm not sure if you saw a lot of that game.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I watched it.
Bats, but there was some talk in the press following that game that England allowed Moti to bowl them. In fact, Moeen Ali, I think, was said that as well as he bowled, I haven't got his figures to hand. Did
he go 1 for 9?
1 for 9, something like that from his 4. that's not acceptable, essentially. You know, that England were a little bit cowed and they should have tried to get on top of them a little bit better than they did. It's so easy to say that, though, isn't it? You know?
It's that fine line of saying the guy that takes the big risk in his third or fourth ball is reckless, but if he doesn't take it there and he waits till his 10th or 11th, he's probably telling himself in his head, oh, it's a bit late now, I don't want to get out and play a bad shot. There's a very fine line that you play in your brain as to what is right and what is wrong. And I think sometimes if you can play with a freedom that you're a good natural striker, which you look at the West Indian lineup, they bat right down to 9 and 10 where they're all natural strikers, there's less thought required. You miss, they hit. And I think England have to be a bit smarter on these sorts of surfaces where the ball does stay in it a little bit. We saw a little bit of grip, we saw the slower balls gripping definitely, and we saw when we were smart with the ball it wasn't easy to hit. We definitely have periods where we strangled them, and without getting too carried away, I thought Sam showed some really good signs there. You take the 5 wides out of it, he's gone at well under 10s, bowling at the hardest sort of period in the game. So it's going to be a very difficult chase for England.
England used 7 bowlers today, Jared, and West Indies used 5 in the second T20, and they used 5 in the first T20, and they left Andre Russell to bowl the final 2 as well 18 and 20, even though he'd been expensive. So they're quite set in their ways, aren't they? England, you know, we're asking so many questions about why is this guy bowling, why isn't this guy bowling, and blah 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 blah. West Indies, we've got a 5, they're going to bowl 4, that's it. You know, and again, that just shows a difference in the kind of mindset between the two sides.
Yeah, interesting. It's also something you quite often do when you're, you know, tapering towards a big tournament, right? Like you just say to your senior bowlers, say to Andre Russell, look, you've come back, you want to play in this World Cup. You may not have to bowl 4 overs in every World Cup game, but we want to know you can bowl 4 overs. We also want to know what you can do after you've been hit a little bit. I think probably they should have given Kyle Mays an over or 2 in the last game, but I do like the general thinking.
I think if you listen to both captains at the toss, the West Indies captain said they'd left somebody out but he'd been prepping very well. We were talking about leaving people out to give them a go, but also we're looking to take on and win key moments in games. We don't know what those key moments are. We don't even have an idea of who's going to be that man, is kind of where we're getting to. And that's the experimental nature of this group of players at the minute.
There's also stats about how England fare when Jos Butler scores runs against how England fare when Jos Butler doesn't score runs. You know, he is crucial to the success or failure of an England T20 side, and I suppose he scores runs today and sees England to victory. I mean, the narrative changes almost immediately. Salt playing away, first delivery, nearly chops on.
Nearly caught as well, wasn't he? I thought that might have come off his foot and bounced up in the air. Slip was running around. That would have been an awkward way to get caught.
I'll tell you what, if it had chopped that onto his foot and the keeper had have caught it, you'd have gone, I tell you what, all bets are off, didn't it?
I think it hit the ground onto the pad. Anyway, we'll have another look. Either way, he's still there. And it's Hussain bowling, by the way. Cut straight to point from Salt. 223 then the target here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Hussain bowling the first over. Left-armed number 10. Slip in place. This is fired in onto the pads of Salt. He will get one. Will they come back for the second? No.
Even just in the first 3 balls from Hussain, it's just a stark difference to how Moeen Ali started. Moeen Ali had gone for 2 boundaries and he'd gone up out the hand, almost trying to take a wicket, as opposed to drive the ball into the surface with that new lacquer that you have on a new ball. It skids sometimes it grips off the seam. You almost don't need to get too funky.
Yeah, West Indies had hit 2 boundaries by this point. Should be said that they also picked up a wicket inside that first over from Ali. 8 for 2 at one point. West Indies as Butler forward and just flicking the ball off his bootlaces. That doesn't go too far in front of Jason Holder. At square leg. Stifled yelp. No run. 1 without loss, England. 4 balls into the run chase. This is lofted high and handsome by Butler. That's more like it. 6 from the bat. England 7 without loss.
Yes, Josh Butler, that's what we want to see. Deep in the crease, gets back. This is the first time Hussain's tried to spin the ball. It's a bit more overspin. It sits up top of the stumps. Josh Butler at his best. Back, deep, smashes it straight back over his head for 6. Wonderful batting from the England captain.
I'm not sure it would be possible to hit a straighter 6. Last ball of the over then. And Hussain is in. And he's gone big again, Butler. Has he got enough on it? He does. Clears the boundary with ease. Back-to-back 6s. There is the statement that England needed from their skipper. 13 runs from the first over. There's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, fatal error from Hussain. Gone up out of the hand. And I keep banging on about this up out of the hand. It's just the way of batting in the Caribbean. Because it can be difficult when you bring the top of the stumps into play. But it's Josh Butler that's enforced that change from Hussain. Because of the previous ball, goes up out of the hand, an easier shot, drills him straight down the ground. Doesn't get all of it, the bat turns in his hand, but still carries the boundary for 6. Josh Butler showing some wonderful signs early on.
Jason Holder is going to bowl over number 2, as he did in the second at T20 and the third. So West Indies sticking to the script. 13 runs from the first over on the pads of Phil Salt. Helps this round the corner, but will only take a single. 14 without loss. All eyes on Josh Butler.
Certainly has been a very positive start. Just it's his movement for me, Josh Butler. The way he distributes his weight allows his wonderful natural skill of his swing and his skill from his hands to come out. But you want to do it from that ground force of arranging your feet. It's like watching a boxer at his best. He's just up and down the wicket. It's beautiful.
Holder is in wide of the crease on the pads of Butler, who's forward and playing this to the leg side for a single. 15 without loss. England, the target 2-2-3. I think there's a 6 hitting record that Butler was approaching at the start of play. I'll wait for Gary Morgan, now scorer, just to let me know. I think he was drawing close to Owen Morgan, but we will wait and see. Hopefully, if there is a record to break, he breaks it. From an English perspective, even from a West Indies one, I'm sure they want to see a good contest today. Short, wide, cut up and over point. 1 bounce 4. Phil Salt in on the action. 19 without loss in the second over England.
Dismissive from Salt. This back of a length ball, I've got a feeling it may have been sort of an off-cutter trying to cramp Salt. Absolutely having none of it, Phil Salt. A little bit just sort of me or you, pal, just doesn't really move his feet at all or his body, just throws his hands at it, gets it up and over point. And with most of the fielders in, only 2 out, that's all it needs.
Yeah, we've seen Phil Salt play like this in the past as he's deep in front of his crease. He goes for the sweep. There's a huge shout for leg before wicket. And I think the West Indies will look at this. Also a chance for a run out. Josh Butler's halfway down the track. There's a shot at the stumps. And then I think that actually the West Indies had another opportunity for the run out. It is all going on.
The original decision of...
They were so worried about the LBW, they missed the second run-out opportunity on that ball.
Players review for LBW.
I think Holder was still trying to appeal while the ball was in play.
That's out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Could you move on the front end, please? Front on coming up. Ball appears to be close to the glove. Could you assist me with ultra edge, please? Let's wait in on ultra edge. Still waiting on ultra edge. Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling for me. Flat line, flat line, flat line. As the ball passes the bat and the gloves. I'm satisfied no bat or glove was involved. Could you move into ball tracking as soon as it's available? Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside. Impact in line. And umpire's call. Les, you'll keep your...
Well, Phil Salt is a lucky man because that ball was crashing into leg stump, but the on-field call was not out and there wasn't enough on it to overturn it.
He was moving a long way, actually, because you could see the angle that he bowled. So I can understand why the Hawkeye had it clipping, but it was clipping leg stump, for height and obviously width. So just got away with that salt.
And then there was a run out that went England's way as well. So West Indies could have taken 2 wickets from that delivery. They've taken none. This ball is crunched to cover, and England remain 19 without loss. So looking at the replay, because the ball comes off the pads of salt, there's no doubt about that. And Alzari Joseph at short fine hurls the ball back at the striker's end, I think. It's then fielded again, and Jos Butler's miles away. But West Indies do not affect the run out. Wow, I tell you what, Phil Salt's playing golf here. What a swing of the bat that is. This has disappeared over the mid-wicket boundary, and England find themselves 25 without loss after 2.
God, what a noise this makes off the bat. Crunch! And it goes up and over, miles over. Just everything about it's right. Just clips it perfectly, top of the bounce. Goes into the stand. I think it's dropped by fortunately a West Indies supporter drops it. Not got an England shirt on, that's disastrous. But wow, what a shot from Phil Salt. Full kitchen sink job. It went miles. Beautiful batting. This has been without getting too carried away, this is what we're asking of England. They've just put a little bit back towards the West Indies, saying this isn't done. 25 for none after 2.
Technically a drop if you don't touch it. I'm not sure he got his hands on it, the crowd member, in his Barbados shirt.
Butler facing up. 13 then from 4, and Hussein's in. Butler shapes to move to the left, to the leg side. It's a bluff. Hussein doesn't fall for it, doesn't follow him, and it's defended into the offside. Second ball of the over, and Butler hauls this past a despairing and sluggish mid-off fielder. Hussein can't believe that. There should have been 1 run, but 1 has become 4. 29 without loss England. Pressure being put back on West Indies.
Yeah, Hussein not doing a lot wrong here. He's gone back of a length into middle and leg stump. A despairing dive from Andre Russell there. You would suggest that normally a very good fielding outfit that wouldn't have gone for the boundary.
This is pushed past the backward point, actually. Come back for 2. It's Moti who's motoring to stop the ball reaching the boundary, but deft touch play from Jos Butler there to go with some of this aggression. 6 runs from 2 deliveries. Target 223 if you're just joining us here on TalkSport 2. Nicholas Puran top scoring with 82 as the West Indies really set upon England towards the back end of the innings. But England off to a decent start as Butler playing back again, and he will take 1 more run.
Yeah, nicely bowled again from Hussein. Drives it in, back of a length, top of middle stump. England captain up to it, goes back deep in the crease and drills it down to mid-off. In a strange way, I'm getting a bit of a sense this pitch looks a bit better than I originally thought in these first 3 overs. It's come onto the bat nicely. That ball just ran off the face the previous, off Butler for 2.
Here is Hussein. This is aerial for a second, and another missed field. So Joseph at mid-off. Just for a second, possibly thinking that there was a catch. Maybe that distracted him. The ball did land well short of the fast bowler, but it's the second time in the over that there's been a misfield, and it's costing the West Indies a few runs. Last ball of the over. Hussein is in. This is turning away from Butler, and the 3rd misfield of the over. Mayers it this time, and England will come back for a second. 35 then from the first 3. 10 wickets in hand, and England showing what happens when you do apply a little bit of pressure on the fielding side.
Yeah, absolutely right, John. A good over there from England. What was it off it? We were 10 off it. It wasn't a bad over from Hussein's point of view. He's bowled relatively nicely, held the stumps in play, but I think the the proactive nature of what England have tried that over. They're looking to get deep in the crease. They're looking to do different things. It's certainly not reckless, but they're still scoring at 10 and over. And the overriding thing that you take from that over, there's been 3 misfields. That's the thing, you're trying to disrupt the opposition. And England, it is very much at the infant stage of this innings. But you just feel like they're disrupting the West Indian team. We didn't see any of that for long periods of time with the ball in hand from England. Let's hope they can extend this period of time, what Josh Butler talked about, and identify this has been key areas to really ram it home.
Andre Russell, expensive in the second T20. He's in, and this is a length delivery and another misfield, this time from Jason Holder, and he would just about prevent the 4 using his boot, but essentially not getting down to field the ball at mid-off. It enables the batters to cross for 3.
I mean, it's easy when you're 5'10" to say you should be getting down to that when the man's 6'6", 6'7", whatever height he is. But that's sloppy. It's really sloppy. This is a very good West Indian team, and it looks to me like they've been very drilled up till this point. But they're showing some really sloppy sides to their game, and England have to capitalise on that now.
Maybe just a touch of complacency. They think they've got enough here, as fraction more bounce this time from Russell as Butler seeks to run this down to third. Surprises him. Hits him in the midriff. 38 without loss, and a little word there. Camera's picking up the captain, Rodman Powell. He won't be happy with this. He is a skipper who likes to field on the boundary, which is unusual, isn't he? Picked up 2 really good catches actually on the second T20. Swing and a miss from Butler. No run, 38 without loss.
I think also what you read into that, John, is that if your captain's on the boundary, that means he's one of your jet fielders out there. So they're very drilled and very well thought out about their personnel and where they want them fielding. That's off-field as well as on-field disciplines that this West Indies team look like they have. So let's not be fooled into the fact that that's him going missing.
Chip and run this time from Butler. Fielded this time by West Indies. Slow delivery from Russell. Just 4 runs from the over. So a steady start from the big man.
Definitely hit his straps this game better than the previous, hasn't he? He's hit that hard length, hitting the splice of the bat.
Phil Salt, 16 from 10, down the track, and he has flashed this ball. It was of Yorker length. He created his own width though, did Salt. And at the moment this burst through the cover circle, there was no one out there on the boundary to stop it. So pressure back on Andre Russell. And Phil Salt moves to 20 from just 11 deliveries.
Yeah, just to disrupt Russell. Skips down the pitch, quick feet. Russell possibly sees him and changes up, goes full in nature, takes the wicket out of the equation. Drive for 4.
There's a big delivery this, as Phil Salt inside edges the ball onto his pads. He will take strike for the first ball of the 5th over. But England where they needed to be. Big run chase. 223. There were runs from Puran, 39 to Powell, 26 to Hope, and late order hitting as well. 18 from 5 from Holder. West Indies at one stage 8 for 2. They recovered, hitting what did they hit? 65, 85, 87 from the final 5 overs. 222 for 6. The target for England 223. But crucially, he haven't lost a wicket. 44 without loss. And that run rate is where it was at the start, pretty much. Hussein's going to bowl a 3rd. Again, this is following the template.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly in this side used as a power play bowler. They just don't really have many other bowlers that like in this period.
Salt playing back, and one bounce to Alzari Joseph on the circle at mid-off.
Bit like what we said about Sam Curran. Kilo Hussein's actually bowled pretty well here. Yeah, his figures are not really backing that up at all. His is more misfields again. I suppose so was Curran's.
Down the track is Salt, and he gets it over mid-on. Couple of bounces, 4 runs.
Yeah, definitely a case of fortune favours the brave here for Salt. Hussain's been pinning him back, pinning him on that back foot, skips down the wicket, gets close to it, almost skims it at mid-on, but on this occasion has enough foresight, enough skill to drill it wide of Andre Russell at mid-on. Great batting from Salt.
Yeah, there's plenty to like about Salt, isn't there? This time he plays back and into the offside. Can't beat Myers on the cover bound inside the circle. I mean, they're different batters, Phil Salt and Jason Roy, but quite similar in the fact that it doesn't matter what the score is or what's happening there. They've just got the foot on the accelerator at the start of the innings. That's how they have to play. There's plenty of risk there, but it's what the team needs, it's what the game needs. Butler on the reverse, premeditated, and that is a beautiful shot on the sweep, and I think the ball just bounces inside the rope. 50 up for England inside 5, 53 without loss.
Yeah, some real clarity here from the England captain. Wouldn't say normally it's his go-to reverse sweep, but with Hussain being so adept at keeping the stumps in play, it's a great option. You're almost hitting into the sort of swing of the left arm spinner as opposed to worrying about the spin. Great batting from Josh Butler.
2 balls left of Hussain's third over, and he'll take a single, will Butler. You know, for all the struggles within this white ball setup, actually the opening partnership hasn't been where England have really performed poorly. So possibly the real test is yet to come. But if you're chasing down 2-2-3, you need to get off to a good start, surely, as Phil Salt is playing back. There's a big gap on the leg side. He finds it, and that's the end of Hussain's third over. 34 coming from it. England continuing to go at over 11 and over. 5 overs in, 1 over left of the power play. Both batters in the 20s. England 55 without loss, and after a word from Gareth Batty, it'll be Michelle St Patrick Hewitt.
Yeah, the key matchup here is the run rate is still at 11. The West Indies were 47 for 2. England are 55 for none. I'm not reading into that too much because of the power of the West Indies batting down to 9 and 10. Don't think England have that same power when the lacquer off the ball comes. So actually in this power play to be non-down and holding the required rate at 11, what the game started at, I think that's a brilliant power play from England.
Certainly done very well. Just having a look at as Moti is warming up, he should be on in a moment. In the last 2 years, that is the 45th reverse sweep by Josh Butler. So as Gareth Batty said, it's not a shot he goes through all that much. So well executed.
And Gudakesh Motie is in for his first over of the day, and Phil Salt continues where he left off. It's a 6 off Motie's first ball over wideish, long on. Phil Salt continues his charge. England move to 61 without loss.
Yeah, that's brilliant intent, and completely different tactics in this game compared to the last one. And that's what they've got to do. They've got to go after the spin. I thought in the last game they were just played him far too with caution. Didn't really go after him. And it'll be interesting to see what he's like.
Yeah, Gudakesh Motie in both domestic and his international career thus far, whether Test, ODI or T20, has largely been able to dictate circumstances. But I think this is the right approach from England, and Salt again nearly takes advantage of a bit more ordinary fielding there on the perimeter, but Karmez is able to cut that off, coming round from extra cover, and Salt runs through for 1. The required run rate is 10.98. England keeping up to the necessary rate at this moment in time. Butler to face Motie for the first time, no run. Phil Salt 34 of 18 balls, Josh Butler 28 of 15.
Yeah, if England need to win from here, they need to play really well, and they've got to keep going with this momentum, putting pressure on the spinners.
Motie again, reverse sweep from Butler. He'll clear the infield. There's no one down on the point boundary. And that will be another 4 for Josh Butler.
He's taken the area route, and that's why one of the reasons why Josh Butler is the best T20 batsman in the world. One of the best, because he can hit down the ground and it can also hit you behind square as well with the reverse sweep. Very difficult to set a field when he's batting like this.
Multi under pressure, 11 of 4 balls so far. Just Butler, that's really good cricket there. Just Butler pushes that wide of Multi, who tries to field off his own bowling, and he comes with 1.
Moti's now gone for more runs than he did in the previous game. Not quite finished his first over yet.
Yeah, I don't think Gudakesh is used to pressure like this. Maybe 1 or 2 overs spells in CPL, I can remember.
He got smashed by Imad Wasim and Fabian Allen in a game against the Tallywallahs, where they took 52 off him.
And that last ball of his first over is dispatched again, just over the long on or deep mid-wicket boundary for 6, and England's power play, well, that's quite something. 73 without loss at the end of that power play. Phil Salt moves to 40 of 19 balls, Josh Butler 33 of 17, and they've gone some way to taking a chunk out of this target, Monty.
Yep, just what the doctor ordered, and I think that's what they needed. They needed a very positive power play. This has been the best of the lot since the T20 series, and they've got to be ahead of the rate because West Indies had a phenomenal 16 to 20 overs. If they're ahead of the rate by the 15th over, they've got a chance here. But this has been brilliant from England. This is what we see in England of the past, and finally we're seeing England, they still got it in them.
Yeah, we said in the first innings, I stated that I thought there was 200 in this. Obviously West Indies made 222. I do think England can get 200 plus here, but obviously we're now outside the power play. The field will spread. Let's see how and if they can carry the momentum and the ball striking. And interestingly, West Indies did not bowl who technically is their gun bowler, Alzari Joseph, inside the power play. They've opted to turn to him outside of the power play. What approach will he go for here as he runs into Josh Butler, who is on strike? No slips, and Butler just swivels on that one. Well, he just swiveled on that one, but it's wide. It's wide with the cover boundary. Fielder, I think it's Carl Mayers down there, and that's 4. Easy as you like. I thought somebody would cut that one off, but actually it's just pure timing.
Yep, the firepower continues, and this is you can see the immense power he has. Brilliant batting, just held it, went with the pace, and hit the ball in front of square. And that's what's been impressive over the last 6 overs. The first couple of deliveries are going for boundaries. They're putting the West Indies bowlers under pressure. And it's been impressive. It's been impressive indeed from England.
That hole has now been plugged with a fielder there. And that's a good comeback delivery from Alzari Joseph.
So if you look at Alzari Joseph's figures, he's actually better the further the game goes on. So power play bowling, he averages 27, which is not too bad, but he does go at 8.5 runs and over to get there. So there's some runs there. Middle overs, he averages 29.5, which is really good for the middle, but goes at 7.8 runs and over. And then by the end, he's going at 8.3 runs and over in the death. So he's like, oh, that was a no ball. So he's bowled a good ball and given it back straight away. This is another issue, though. He does overstep a bit.
I think in that second ODI, if I'm not mistaken, ODI, I keep saying ODI, T20s, I think I remember 2 no balls at least from Alzari Joseph. Probably will want to go Yorker here. And he doesn't. He goes short, he goes wide. And Josh Butler slaps that down to long on for 1. Probably got away with that there, Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, make no mistake about this is a pressure cooker situation for the West Indies team here. Because if England keep going at this rate, they're going to get very close to that target. It'll be interesting to see for Powell, who's been, impressive with the batting, how tactically he's able to get West Indies back in this game.
Yep, he only has, unless they turn to Carl Mayers, and very unlikely to Shafane Rutherford, they only have the 5 bowlers to work with. Everyone getting a bit of tap at the moment. Alzari Joseph, 3rd ball of his first over. And Phil Salt pushes that into the covers for 1.
Yeah, the difference in batting this game compared to the second T20, same ground, is the spinners. They haven't let the spinners settle. They've had a very good base, and they've gone after them straight away. And I think that's what you got to look to do. They're just normal finger spinners, nothing, extraordinary, like, Adil Rashid, can spin it both ways. And I think that's now taken the West Indies team to a plan B. What do we do now when we've gone after the spinners? What do West Indies do next?
They'll be hoping that Gudakesh Motie can produce something special when he comes back. But for now, it's Alzari Joseph in again. Good delivery, backs up Josh Butler, no run. Yeah, you're right, Monty. They'll be hoping that one of Motie or Hussain, if not both, to be fair, can bring the game back. But as you say, Salt and Butler have taken them out of their stride. And I think for Motie and Hussain, they're so used to, in Caribbean conditions, being able to dictate terms. Spin, as Jared knows, takes a lot of wickets in the Caribbean. And Alzari will have to pull out of that particular delivery. Josh Butler, someone's in his eye line. Current run rate 10.72.
Yeah, it's been brilliant batting. And what's been impressive is how they're able to make room for themselves against the spinners, move around the crease.
Joseph in again to Butler, catches a bit of the outside edge there, or false shot possibly from Butler. Was it a false shot, Jared? Feels like a bit of a false shot there by Josh Butler.
Yeah, it's how you get him out a lot in T20 cricket. Generally, though, teams have been bouncing him recently, and it's interesting that they haven't gone for anything there with Butler so far. But yeah, he plays a bit of an angled push at some of those balls. There's a bit of an edge, flew away, but safe enough. He certainly bashed away any chance of West Indies having a slip in at this point.
Yeah, most certainly. Remember, you are listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third T20 between the West Indies and England here on Talk Sport 2. Don't go anywhere. And that's an inside edge by Phil Salt. He wanted one. It was fumbled in the field, not for the first time. And actually, after going for a 4 and bowling a no ball in his second delivery, Alzari Joseph only goes for 8 off that over. Came back well. And that's probably a rare victory in an over there for the West Indies. They'll be hoping Alzari Joseph can continue like that.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and in the last 2 games he's bowled really well, and I assume Paolo will be looking towards his seamers, where England, I thought in the back end, in the death overs, they just bowled too many balls in the slots. Sam Curran became a little bit predictable, with that back of a hand, which was good at the start of the overs, but then he kept on bowling it over and over again, and in T20 cricket you've got to be unpredictable. But I think for England, they've got a chance here. Look, 81 without loss. This is the best start we've seen for England for a long time. In the last 14 games, we haven't seen the best of England. But this last 7 overs has been the very best.
Surprisingly, they take Motie out of the attack. It's Jason Holder who comes back. Tries to bowl. Maybe that's the first piece of good fielding we've actually seen in this West Indies innings. Phil Salt tries to almost guide that past Gully, or was it Josh Butler, who was on strike there, and Brandon King pulls out a full stretch dive and restricts England to 1 run.
Yeah, it's noticeable to see West Indies finally turning up with the fielding. During the power play I thought they were a little bit sort of switched off, maybe with a huge target.
Holder to Salt, slower ball. They want 2 here and they do come back for 2, so they follow up one piece of good fielding with what looks like some slow running in the outfield by Rodman Powell. Maybe had to come off a long way off the boundary, but either way, England pick up 2. Phil Salt moves to 43, not out.
Yeah, this just feels like the England of old. The England that we've been wanting to see during the World Cup. We're finally seeing here in the West Indies, in Grenada.
It's good delivery there from Holder, actually. Goes for the... Phil Salt thinks it's a wide. I'm not convinced by that. He moved a long way across his stumps, and I think Holder followed the fact that Phil, not followed him, but aimed for the leg stump, seeing Phil Salt move. Sorry, Jared.
No, I think what the umpire is saying is if you were standing in normal position that would hit you on the toes, you walked across the stump. So, yeah, it was probably a full toss in the end, but it was the angle that he got right there, Holder.
Rare dot, Holder in for his 4th of the over, and this time Phil Salt does swivel on that, and he is going to get another 4, moves to 47, beats mid-wicket boundary for 4, and Phil Salt continues his charge.
Yeah, he's taken the aerial route, and he's taken the right option behind square, using that slower pace bump up coming down the wicket. And you can see Phil Salt, when he's in this sort of mood, you know, he is an impressive cricketer. Just want to see more consistent performances like this from him. 47 of 24 deliveries. He's been highly impressive.
Yeah, I'll come back to Phil Salt after that, Monty. I think a very important point you've made there. Jason Holder in again to Salt, and again Salt goes to the onside, but this plugs in the outfield. Rodman Powell is in quickly, but Phil Salt is quicker. Comes back for 2. That's 9 off the over. One more ball to go for Jason Holder. Yeah, it's an interesting one, Monty, because Phil Salt, every innings on this tour, both in the 50 over, in the ODIs and T20s, always looks like he's going to play a big one and starts well, but then doesn't quite seemingly go on to play the big one. Now, as things stand, he looks like he's about to get 50s, 49 off 25, but intrigued to know what the potential block might be there. Just swivels on that slow ball from Jason Holder at the end of the over, and again Salt calls 2. Again he will get 2, and he does move to 50, a well-deserved 50 off 26 balls. And you sense that if England are going to chase this, a lot will now rely on how deep Salt and Butler can take this.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think they've started off well. They've given England a really good platform, and Phil Salt, he's got to continue, you know, in this vein. I know it's hot, it's humid, and he'll be tested in terms of his fitness. But going back to your point, I think what he needs to do is, after this innings, go back to his hotel room, write down what went well, what surprised him, and compute that, because this is what we want to see, the consistency from Phil Salt, and we haven't seen before. Only he knows what has triggered really well for his innings, and I believe it's the early boundaries. I believe that when he has a clarity of thought, he exactly knows from each bowler where his boundary option is, and he needs to get it in early. Once he gets his boundaries in early during the power play, he's settled. He's like, right, I've got my boundary in early, now I'm a bit more settled, now I can think about what I need to do next. That's the key to his batting. When he doesn't get that, he feels a bit flustered, he's a bit agitated, he's looking to get bat on ball. Early boundaries is key, and then we see the best of Phil Salt.
Is there an obvious weakness, Jared, to Phil Salt's game?
High pace. Andre Russell, when he had cartilage in his knees, would be a very good matchup for Phil Salt. So it's the one thing that he struggles with, especially against right-arm bowlers.
Multi back in, he went for 18 off his first over. Rodman Powell will be hoping Multi can bring back the level of restriction that they expect. And that first ball, Butler is able to push out into, or just past, I should say, point for 1.
So the advantage they have here is, now, especially now he's got his 50, they can say to Salt, and especially with the captain out there, just go wild for the next 20 balls, because if you score 40...
And that one is pushed back down to long off for 1. They rotate strike again.
If you score 40 or 50 off them, you might break this chase down, get it down to just beneath 10 and over at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what the thought process is, because they're both set.
Butler pulls out the reverse sweep, doesn't really time it. I mean, he'll come through for 1 all the same. The field is back. Everyone's on the edge of the perimeter, so there are ones out there. But I don't think West Indies will mind that necessarily at this stage.
No, they won't mind that at all, and it's been quite impressive with Moti as well, that the variation of pace, he's bowling it a lot quicker now, a lot more into the pitch, where in the second ODI when he made his debut, he wasn't challenged. You know, he could just kind of, was able to bowl his best delivery, mix up the pace. But here, he's got to think on his feet. He's got to think, how do I stop Salt and Butler from hitting boundaries?
Well, as things stand right now, this is an over that Gudakesh Multi is winning, and as Monty has excellently broken down there, there's been pace variation. He's now only gone for 4 off the first 5 balls. 1 ball to go of this, his second over, and he's now getting into his work. He'll obviously want to back this up. More likely that Rodman Powell changed his ends, incidentally. And that final ball is pushed into the covers, and there's only 5 off it. That's a win for West Indies in the context of the game. Required run rate, moves back up to over 11. Currently leading England, currently in 11.45. 97 for none.
Yeah, they've got to just keep up with the rate. That's all it is. They can't not panic. Even if they go at 10s, 9s, you know, just to stay with the rate. That's what they've got to do in the next sort of phase now. And not kind of chase the game and think, you know, we need to do anything drastic. The key is not to lose wickets in clusters. If they suddenly just lose 3 or 4 wickets, they're going to be behind the 8 ball. Keep the wickets in hand. Keep going at possibly 10s or 11s, you know, that sort of range. And by the 15th over, and then they've got the power. They've got immense power in their batting lineup. And they can really explode, because we've seen the West Indies do it in the last 4 overs, where they scored over 90 runs. England can do the same.
I was wondering when they'd try and bowl out Akil Hussain, and it will be now. He comes in for the 10th over. First ball is tucked fine, and Josh Butler gets one.
I think the belief at the moment is they have one good over. If Akil Hussain can get another over for 6 or 7 runs, they can just build a little bit of pressure, so these guys will have to explode again.
Yeah. Phil Salt back on strike. That one sits up for Phil Salt. Shouts to catch it, but no one's catching that. It's gone way over Longoff's head for 6. That was too short, sat up, and Phil Salt gave it the treatment.
Yeah, that was lovely batting here. You can see how he got deep into the crease, became a bit predictable. And that was huge, and that was big, and that's out of it.
Did he try to bowl that quicker?
Yeah, he did that. So that ball, they've waited for that twice. Josh Butler hit a 6 off that as well. They have done their homework a little bit more against him.
How will Akil Hussain follow this up? Just got taken down for 6, pushes that one in. That's his stop delivery, Akil Hussain. Pushes that one to Phil Salt, and there'll be a dot there.
Well, he's hard to get down to. So what they're trying to do is they're saying we can almost hit through the line, almost back foot drives off him, which is like a Kieran Pollard type shot.
Again, tries to repeat it again and doesn't really give Phil Salt much room to work with, as Jared says, and Salt can only get 1.
Yeah, because I think what it is that you can sit in deep into the crease and then hit through the line of the delivery, because he's bowling it quick, slightly like a medium pacer, and also he's bowling from the same position, so then it makes it very easy for the batsman to line up the delivery.
Goes leg side, and they run through for a leg by. I think Butler will feel he missed out there. That was deflects off the pads, and Robin Powell picks it up at fine leg for 1 run for Butler. So there's only been 9 off this particular over. 1 more ball left of the 10th. England 106 without loss, and again similar delivery once more, and Salt can only tuck that into the onside for 1. So 10 off the 10th. We will have a drinks break. England are somewhat keeping up with the required run rate. It is currently 11.6, but crucially, they have lost no wickets. Phil Salt 61 off 32 balls. Josh Butler 45 off 29. Gareth Batty is next to me. England's game or not, Gareth?
Still to go, but if you were giving me 107 for none at drinks at the halfway point, I would have absolutely snapped your hand off. And there's a bit of me, do you dare to think this is going to happen from an England point of view? I know I should be impartial, but there's just something in me going, come on, this would be... I stand by it. I think take the 18 World Cup final. I think this would be England's greatest run chase I've seen in that period of time. It will be phenomenal. But it's all set up. The captain is there. Gerard, who's gone out for his Nando's already and left us to scrap out the commentary here, talked about it. England only perform well when he gets runs. He's not quite where we want him to finish the innings, but it's beautifully poised for him. 45 off 29. He's moved beautifully. He's in a great place. Salt is still being explosive, striking at the best part of 200. You're not going to be a million miles away if you can extend even this partnership for 2 overs, and then one other player strikes at 200 for 10 balls. All you need is somebody else then to nick one through fine leg, nick one through the... all of a sudden you're not a million miles away, and you dare to believe at that point that this is on, and this would be an incredible chase from an England point of view.
Yeah, and so this is why I was saying at the kind of closing section of the West Indies innings that I thought there was 200 in this at least for England. I think the key for me is when one wicket inevitably does fall, it's how quickly the next batter in, and I wonder if they'll change the order potentially depending on how it goes, but how quickly the next batter in can get to grips with what is required rather than what Salt and Butler are doing right now.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I genuinely thought the pitch was a bit worse than what it's shown in this innings. So I think it probably shows that England had some really good periods and bowled nicely, which I sort of said on air. I don't think it was all doom and gloom from an England point of view. I do believe there's a twist somewhere in that it will not just continue to be that we managed to score 11 and over for the rest of the 10 overs. I feel like there's something in there, but when you look at the players that we have, Brooks had a wonderful year. You've still got Jackson, Livingston, who are very dynamic. There's plenty of ammunition.
Out of interest, looking at that next three as listed on the card, Jacks, Livingston, Brook. Say a wicket falls somewhere between 10 to 15 overs. Would you change the order, or do you just go with Will Jacks next regardless?
If it was me, if it was Butler that was out, I'd go Brook. If it was Salt, I'd go Jacks.
Right.
And if we were another 4 or 5 overs into this, and there's only 5 overs left, I'd be going Jacks.
Interesting. Very interesting to see how England play this. Remember, you're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third T20 between the West Indies and England here on Talk Sport 2. 10 overs remain. England are very much in this game. They're 107 without loss at the halfway stage of their innings. They require 223. To break down that in mass, they need 116 runs from 60 balls, 11.6 and over. And it's Gudakesh Multi to continue. And he's carried on with that same kind of line and length that Akil Hussain bowled in that previous over, just trying to bowl it into the pads, so to speak, but not giving the batters much room to work with. What do you think they're trying to, what the plan is here with the spinners, Gareth? Yeah,
I think Morty's trying to get in tight to the umpire, then jump out wide at the end to drive it into middle and leg stump.
And the same delivery again, but as Gareth just said, into middle leg, a bit straighter than the previous one, and Butler has to respect that, and that's a dot.
I think he's trying to just let the pitch do its work for him, that some will spin, some won't spin, and he's trying to just hold that sort of aggressive middle and leg stump line, so you're not going to get your hands free as a batter either.
This time Butler brings out the reverse, but he cannot shy at the stumps, but he cannot beat the man in kind of wideish gully position, and there's only one run there. What do you make of Multi? Probably the first time I know he's in the previous games, but a lot is being said about him in the Caribbean, but he looks like he's not doing a lot per se, but from a spinner's perspective, what do you make him as a spinner?
I think he's very thought out as we look at it now.
Cries of catch it, but drops short of extra cover, and again dot there, so we've had 1 dot after the drinks break. Multi winning this over.
Yeah, I think by thought out, I think he's looked at where he wants his angle of ball to come from.
This time Phil Salt rocks on the back foot. There'll be protection on the cover boundary, and again it's only 1 run.
So if you're wide out on the return crease on pitches that just hold, and you hold your length in and around that top and middle and leg stump with that, he doesn't look like the tallest man in the world, so he's going to get a bit of skid as well as some hold. I think that's a pretty good starting point.
Final ball of Multi's over into the pads, again that middle and leg position, and Salt, or Butler, sorry, taps that into the onside for 1, and that's a good over from Gudakesh Multi, only 4 off it. Given that he went for 18 in his first, it's a good comeback. 9 in his next 2. England 111 without loss.
So the reason why I say it's thought out, he's worked out the angles, he's worked out that DRS now is a thing. He's trying to keep the ball within the tram lines, knowing full well that if he misses, it just clips the outside of leg stump, and it just clips the wrong side of the tram line. But it means that a modern day batter can't get his arms free. Gerard touched on it earlier that Josh Butler has only reverse swept 42 times, I think, in the last 2 years. God knows how many games or how many balls he's faced. So for him to go to that shot suggests that he knows where it's going to be. So Moti's starting to win. He's starting to change, one of the best white ball players in the world, and having him change how he really wants to play.
Robin Powell has turned back to Andre Russell for his second over of the day, and Butler brings out the reverse ramp, and that will be 4. It's gone fine. It's gone fine in the third man region. No one is down there, and Butler moves to his 50 almost without noticing. He's reached his 50, 51 off 33 balls.
Yeah, brilliant batting from the England captain. It's such a difficult and dangerous shot. Andre Russell sort of fingers down the side, a little bit down the back, slower ball, and he's squared himself up, chest down the wicket to get his hands and flip it over that vacant short third man area. Brilliant batting, brilliant innings so far.
Pressure on the bowler. Russell follows up with a into the pitch. It's a bouncer, but I think he's got him. He's got him. It's fantastic fielding down there. Given the camera angle, it looked like Akil Hussain had caught it on the mid-wicket boundary and gone over the ropes with the ball, but they're going to check it. I thought he'd gone over the ropes with the ball, Gareth.
No, Hussain's running around, and we know when you're sort of tracking that boundary board, the rope on the edge, he's just momentum-wise taking him over. So he takes the catch, looks at his mate, who's Joseph, down at fine leg, throws the ball before he crosses the whitewash. No contact on the floor. Beautiful, beautiful piece of thought process more than anything, to have the presence of mind to look out for your mate, and he's made him work. He's made him work. It's right above his head. He's put a bit of power in it, but that's a massive wicket in the context of the game. Josh Butler, 51, played beautifully well, but Andre Russell, slower ball followed up with a quick bouncer, gets the top edge. Any different day it could have been 6. Unfortunately, from an England point of view, and Josh Butler, brilliant piece of fielding from Hussain, and then to Joseph. Unfortunately for him, Josh Butler's out.
Yeah, Akil Hussain has made it look nonchalant in that piece of fielding, but as Gareth says, Joseph had to leap full stretch to catch the relay from Akil Hussain. But it's weird, Gareth, like that fielding on the boundary rope where a player catches it, releases it, it's now just common. We now take it for granted, but it's still a spectacular piece of fielding.
Yeah, I mean, it is practiced. I'm not sure it's practiced as much as lots of other commentary likes to say, but it's definitely practiced now. It's definitely part of your thought process. So I think that the normal thing would be for people, they're trying to steady themselves before the catch is taken, so you do have that moment of clarity as you take the ball. Is momentum taking me right? I know my mate's there and I chuck it to him. This occasion it was fractionally different because he's on the move, but luckily he's heading towards his mate and his mate's running towards him, so it does make it easier. And the practice piece, obviously just the fact they're both running towards each other makes it easier to pull off the great catch there.
So Andre Russell with the key wicket. Prior to this over, Gareth and I had discussed what would happen if a wicket fell between 10 and 15. So Will Jacks does come in, and probably that's the right thing to do given this is only the 12th over. But this is now the stage of the game where England are in somewhat of a pickle. Wickets fallen, momentum needs to maintain. Russell into the pitch again. Jacks is new to the crease, and it shows in that first shot. Can't get it off the square. Double.
Yeah, the only reason why I said Brook for Butler and Jacks for Salt was just to try and give the guys that are playing longer format cricket a bit more time at the crease, as opposed to making them go harder. It's not as difficult for somebody like Jacks, but Jacks is the best player in the country who wasn't at the World Cup, the 50 over World Cup. How he wasn't there is beyond me. He's a wonderful player, can play all forms, and he bowls and he catches. It's a nice man to have from an England point of view.
The required run rate is up to 12, just a dip under 13, 12.71 required. England 115 for 1 off 11.3 overs. Andre Russell into Will Jacks. And again, Jacks wants to whip that one to mid-wicket, but doesn't quite time that, and is back down the poppy crease to Andre Russell.
Yeah, this will be the difficult thing now from an England point of view with any batter coming in. The wicket's gone and already the rate is almost at 13. It shot up almost 2 runs just from losing the wicket, which is very strange. It doesn't normally happen like that when you're halfway through the game, or only just over half. It's just keeping your composure, keeping strength of balance, play strong shots initially.
Gun barrel straight there from Andre Russell, and Will Jacks isn't able to get anything of any real purchase on that, and again it's a dot. But this, I wouldn't. Yes, it reads Will Jacks none of 3, but there's nothing wrong with seeing what the pitch is saying. You don't have to go from ball 1. Granted, the rate is 13.22.
Yeah, I think it's nigh on impossible to go from ball 1 when you're still looking at scoring another 100 runs plus. I think you have to be a bit more smart about it. Give yourself that time. Give yourself some cues.
Final ball of the over. Will Jacks does get that through the covers. It'll be cut off. Looks like Shimron Hetmeyer is on as a substitute fielder. He is a very good boundary fielder, Shimron Hetmeyer. And that is 1 run there. So 5 off the over and the wicket of Josh Butler. 2 back-to-back good overs there from the West Indians. England are 116 for 1 of 12 overs. Phil Salt is still there on 63 from 35 balls, and Will Jacks has just come to the crease 1 off 4.
Yeah, just what you want from your crackerjack cricketer. Andre Russell, Dre Russ, comes into the 4, gets the England captain out, and only goes for 5 in the over. Predominantly slower balls, taking the air out of the ball, making it hard for the batters. Can't just use the pace, they've got to do something with it. Obviously the wicket was a pace on ball, but using it sparingly, using it smartly to take the wicket. Just a wonderful, wonderful cricketer over a very long period of time. And has it changed the course of this game for the greater good of the West Indies long term? Certainly the short term, absolutely.
Gudakesh Motie will complete his allotment. That one seems to have zipped off the pitch there a bit there, Gareth. I haven't seen a delivery like that in the whole innings.
How often does it happen though? You lose a wicket and all of a sudden it turns into a minefield. That spun
and bounced, yeah. I don't think I've seen another delivery like that in the whole game, and I don't think there was much Will Jacks could have done with that. It's a dot, but Will Jacks lucky just to not get an edge on it, much less. Motie again goes for that same spot, and it looks like Jacks has nicked off. And he's been given out. Nicholas Puran, he was up in celebration almost immediately. It was in that exact same spot as the one that turned and bounced on Will Jacks. This time holds its line a bit more, and Will Jacks nicks through to Nicholas Puran, and another wicket has fallen. It's the old cricket adage, 1 brings 2. England 116 for 2. Took a bit out of the turf as well there, Gareth.
Yeah, it did. It disturbed the surface as we see it bounce, but it was the previous ball that's probably got this wicket. Turned a foot, then Jacks sees it short and quick, looks to get away from the ball and drill it through that offside to get off strike, but it sort of followed him and bounced a little bit more and hurried through because it didn't bite the same on his outside edge. Unfortunate for Jacks, but difficult after such a partnership to come in and impose yourself on the game. Smart piece of keeping, by the way, from Puran, because it did bounce off the bat and it bounced into his gloves, and he managed to have presence of mind to have the soft hands that keepers talk about, but he holds a strong body position. It's not just about taking it softly, you've got to hold that great body position. So Puran takes a huge amount of credit, but Motie, exactly what we said, processed, really thoughtful, wide of the crease, driving it in. One spins, one doesn't. The one that doesn't spin takes the wicket.
Just to put this in perspective, Gudakesh Motie went for 18 off his first over, and a sign of how, as Gareth says, that he's read now the conditions and what is required. He's only gone for 9 runs off his next, next 2.2 overs, which is replicating what happened in that second T20 and the kind of difficulty that the English bowlers are having, batters are having with good. Oh, he's gone.
Wow.
I thought he'd gone again. He's gone straight through Liam Livingstone. It's almost like Gudakesh Motie has found a spot where he's getting significant deviation off the pitch. It looked like he'd nicked it. It looked like Nicholas Puran it looked like he'd taken. I mean, it's missed the off stump by inches.
Yeah, pitch leg stump and missed off stump. Wonderful piece of bowling from Motie.
Again, same area from Motie. He's found the right length. That's clear right now. He's found the right pace. He's found the right length. Livingstone pushes that down the ground to long on for 1.
And it could just be the ball's that bit older. It's been smashed around a bit. It's got a bit softer, so it bites into the surface a bit more.
2 more balls left of Gudakesh Motie's spell. Phil Salt plays into the covers. He runs a quick one. That is Nicholas Puran reckons he's gone. I'm not convinced by that. It's a sharp throw by Andre Russell. They're going to go upstairs and have a look at it. It was an interesting run there by Phil Salt. I don't think one was on, but maybe that's a sign of the pressure that they feel they're under.
Yeah, I feel like Salt has looked looked up and seen Dre Russ, and he's had a couple of, let's say, poor parts of his fielding today. He's not moved quite as well, but this time, not having any of it. Moved to his left, picked up and threw him one bounce, and Livingston was a little bit laboured, but nicely passed.
It did look in on first reflections, and Livingston is well in, but he needed the full dive to make sure he was well in. And we will continue. Last ball of Gudikeshmoti's spell, 1 for 29. He's only gone for 2 off this over and the wicket of Will Jacks. And Livingston has to respect that and pushes that down to long off. Is a good spell. I don't want to say a great spell by Gudikeshmoti. I mean, he went for 18 off that first one, but to only go for 12 off 3, 1 for 12 off the next 3, and he's possibly won this game for the West Indies with that comeback spell.
Yeah, I mean, there's an awful lot of talk about you've got to take the wickets and so on and so forth, and we forget what Morty's just done there. He's bowled 3 overs for 12. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Those balls that haven't been scored off create huge amounts of pressure for the batters. I don't believe it makes it harder for the guys bowling at the end because they've got more runs to play with. So there's a real interesting change in thought process. I think the West Indians with the bat go hard and think we're going to hit more sixes than you, but when they bowl they're looking to get hit for no boundaries and try and squeeze the opposition. I like the process personally.
England require 104 runs from 42 balls. Jason Holder is back for his 3rd over. And again, you can see the plan of attack now by the West Indians. Again, he's taken pace off the ball. I think they're going for the off-cutters into the pitch. I think they have potentially, Gareth, read the conditions now. England read it well up front and possibly lost their way a bit, whereas West Indies seem to have read the conditions at the back end now of this game.
Yeah, or did England get too funky? Too many different slower balls when a certain slower ball was working, and then maybe a Yorker and then wide haul. When England were really processed going for the wide line, it was very difficult for the West Indians. And it was only when we had a different change-up did we then get clattered.
So that first ball was a dot by Jason Holder. Liam Livingstone went for a bit of a heave-hole, got nothing on it. That one's full into the leg stump, and that's just easy pickings for Liam Livingstone. And he carts that away for 6 in the mid-wicket region. And don't think that England are out of this. They still, Livingstone's one of the most explosive batters in the world. It will take some extraordinary batting, but he is capable of that, and Phil Salt, of course, is still there. So that previous shot went backwards off square. Livingstone still on strike to Jason Holder. Oh, it's a slower ball. Livingstone hasn't read it, can't pick it. Oh no, they've called it wide, and probably fair.
I'm going to have to go with the bowler there. I think that's harsh because Livingstone's gone across a little bit.
Has he gone enough though?
Yeah, well, my understanding is if the batter moves around the crease, the wide line should move with him. It's difficult. I just feel for bowlers because you're trying to take it out of a hitting zone, but you're penalised if you get it just a fraction wrong.
So Holder will have to bowl that one again. Again, he goes slower. Every ball has been off pace, apart from that 6 where he lost his line and length. Every ball has been that's really off pace. 95.
It's not just slower; it's slower and slower. It's almost like he's taken all the air out of the ball.
Liam Livingstone swung so hard he nearly swung himself off his feet. But
back of the hand slower ball, wasn't it?
He was through that shot before the ball had even reached him. Clever bowling by Jason Holder. Still 3 to go though. 6 off this over thus far. Again, pace off. We've seen a lot of pace off deliveries. Brandon King comes in off the long on boundary to restrict that to 1. This is becoming more and more difficult, Gareth. The required run rate is now 15s.
Yeah, you just feel like the West Indian bowlers are under less pressure because of the enormity of the chase now, with the time left. Holder went back to type there, went for his off-cutter slower ball because he's a bit more comfortable with it as opposed to the back of the hand the previous ball.
Again, that's going to be wide. They're going to have to...
some pad on it, I think.
Well, Phil Salt is looking back at the umpire in disbelief. That one, Phil Salt's now turned around to Nicholas Puran in disbelief. That one was more wide than the one that was given wide that I didn't think was initially wide.
If there's no pad on it,
I mean,
he's hit his foot. So he's gone down to sweep, and as his bat's come across, he's clipped his toe with his bat as the ball goes down the leg side. So I think we'll have to say the umpires possibly thought he's got some sort of a clip on it.
Well, last ball of the over for Jason Holt. He's gone slower again. Phil Salt's through the shot, and that is an absolute...
I said no.
It looked like a screamer, but Robin Powell says no, they should probably still have a look at it. Powell says he's taking it probably on the half volley. Nicholas Puran is whispering in his ear.
I love that Puran's coming across, because the ball before was a full toss down the leg side that bounced and Puran appealed for. And now we've had what looks like a fairly close catch by Robin Powell. Let's have a look. Just bounced before
just on the half volley.
But in Australia we claim those.
It's a good over nonetheless. Powell, to be fair, called it as a non-dismissal straight away. Good piece of fielding, given it was on the half volley as well. And England are 128 for 2 of 14 overs. This is looking not impossible, but is looking very difficult at this stage. Although I must say, West Indies plundered 90 of the final 4 overs. Alzarri Joseph in for his second over, pace on, and Salt pulls that into the mid-wicket region for 1 in front of square for 1. But England need boundaries now, and quite a few of them. The required run rate is 16s. Phil Salt has slowed down. He feels like he's been in the 60s for a while.
Yeah, I feel like I was just about to say before that ball, I just feel like he's trying to overhit the ball now. Feels like he's trying to hit the ball for 12 instead of just 6. Just losing his shape a little bit, losing his feet. So by that I mean he's losing ground contact, he's losing force, as opposed to staying still and hitting and getting energy from the ground into his swing. He's losing it because he's off balance a little bit.
So Phil Salt 66 off 39, Liam Livingstone 9 of 7. It's Livingstone who's on strike to Alzarri Joseph. Alzarri Joseph goes straight and full. Livingstone's got nothing to work with there and can only play that down to long on for 1 run. West Indies getting well on top of the game here. Plus, how many balls since... No, we had that 6 from Livingstone, but I think it's only 1 boundary in the last... Jared will double check for me. I think
since
it's 1 boundary
8th,
in the last 3-4 overs.
Yeah.
Since give or take Butler was out, wasn't it? It's sort of dried up since then, about the 10th or 11th.
Now, interestingly enough, at this stage of the game, at this stage of the game for West Indies, the scores are pretty much level pegging, which shows just how ballistic the West Indies went in the back end of the innings. Full toss there by Alzarri Joseph, but again, doesn't give Salt much to work with in terms of getting his levers out, and again it's a 1. And I go back to Gareth's point about, is Salt trying to do too much?
I also think, and I'm only speculating here, the straight fielders for the West Indies have been very smart. When they get drilled at mid-on and mid-off, they're throwing it back into the keeper's end, so they're trying to scuff that ball in. They're trying to, one bounce it into the keep, so they're trying to scuff the ball on the square. There's 2 pitches either side of this one where it'll just make it that little bit hard. It might get a bit of shape on the ball or soften it just a fraction.
Joseph Livingstone, is he going to get away with that? He does not get away with that. Was that inside the trap?
Referee.
Was inside the trap? Some dubious wides being called here and none wides. I thought that was...
No, that was definitely inside the line.
Inside the line, and that's where it becomes very difficult for bowlers. We saw it with Sam Curran. He hit straight down the line twice, both called wides. Josh Butler missed one as well, and all of a sudden your margin for error, you bring it in 6 inches, which you shouldn't have to, and you get banged out of the ground. Yeah.
I think that was a harsh one there on Alzarri Joseph. He will have to reload it. Let's see if he over adjusts or goes back to the tram line again to test it. He does go to the tram line. And Liam Livingstone does what Liam Livingstone does, clears his arms. Pretty much what Gareth said, that if Alzarri then tries to over adjust, you're likely to then get carted, and Liam Livingstone takes him over long offside for 6. Just what England need.
I tell you what, the position here from Liam Livingstone, his base is really strong, it's powerful, and he always gives a full swing of the bat. This is best part of 100 metres, straight as a die, straight over long off. A beautiful, beautiful cricket shot. We don't often see that from Livingston. He's normally sort of from the straight over the bowler's head and around to the leg side, a bit more agricultural, but this is a beautiful cricket shot, really is.
10 off the over, 2 balls to go. Livingston 16 off 9. How will Alzari Joseph respond to that booming 6? He goes straight, doesn't give Livingston room. Brandon King comes round at long off to restrict that to 1. England require 84 from 31 balls. You will be joined by John Norman shortly. Why did I say slowly? Shortly.
He doesn't move very quick. He is quite slow as well.
to see out the rest of this game, and of course Monty Padasar as well. One more ball of the 15th over to go. Joseph to Salt, straight. Salt tries to clear his leg to heave it leg side, can only get 1. It's 12 off the over. All things considered, probably a good over for the West Indies. England require 83 from 30 balls. They're 140 for 2 with 5 overs remaining. They require a superhuman show from probably one of Phil Salt or Liam Livingstone to win this game, and you will be joined by John Norman to see if England can indeed chase down 2-2-3.
He dealt some cards in that last over. He's predominantly gone sort of Yorkers, right in on that popping crease at 144 clicks. Unless you're getting that over the keeper somehow, and you've got to be terribly brave to get down and ramp that. You ain't going too far there, and I think the umpire's done him out of sight by calling the wide. Then he comes back down channel, which Livingston played a wonderful shot, nailed him straight back over his head. You just feel like the umpire's going to get involved with this game to make it that little bit easier for England.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting with the wide calls that we've seen so far today. The line has belonged to the wide rather than to the bowler. I think that's probably fair to say. Phil Salt had scored 9 from his last 12 balls, if I'm counting correctly, until Gary sends a text correcting me, which does show you how much he has slowed down. And he looked very frustrated at the end of that last over. He's frustrated that he didn't hit a boundary, frustrated he couldn't find a 2.
West Indies scored 87 from the final 5 overs. And Phil Salt has just pulled Andre Russell for 6. So 77 needed from 29. And that is a little taste of what England need to feast on over the next 5 overs if they're to push Windies close. 2-2-3 the target. An 80-metre 6 from the bats of England's opener. He moves to 74. This is quite some knock. Pressure on the bowler. Russell dug out Yorker from Salt. Played up to long on for a single. So Salt moves to 75. Liam Livingstone 17 from 10. But it's like a New Year's sale, Monty. Everything must go. Oh, I'm glad you like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Cracking up over there.
I agree with you.
You can come more often.
Yeah, everything must go. 100%. In fact, West Indies were 135 for 4 during this same period, so they're ahead of the rate.
It's gone big again, has Livingstone, but this skims the surface of the outfield. Rodman Powell fielding at long off. He fires the ball back to Puran behind the stumps, and the keeper fumbles, and it means that Salt comes through. I think Salt might have been ball watching. It was Livingstone that called him back through for the second. So a little bit of frustration there for the West Indies.
Just looking at who they're going to go up against, they've got 9 more balls from Andre Russell. They probably need 25 to 30 runs from those 9 balls, because he is the loosest bowler they're going to face.
Well, here is one of those deliveries. Yorker length again by Russell. Does the trick. Livingstone can only play this to mid-wicket for another single. 150 up for England. The incessant noise in the background.
Last 5 overs of an innings, Andre Russell goes at more than 2 runs a ball normally. We saw the other night he went for runs as well. So this is the person they want to attack. To be fair, he's bowled pretty well this over. He's got under the bat twice. Shimon Hetmeyer is out on the field as well.
Yeah, they need to go 3 and over, really, don't they, from Russell, if your maths is correct. I'm sure it is. 75 from Salt. Again, this is good stuff from Andre Russell. He's fired in 4 Yorkers now. Should have gone for 4 singles. And there was a quickly run at 2 after a mistake behind the stumps. But, I mean, this is where experience lies. Clear, defined game plan. A been there, done it kind of approach. And really, every single time a single is taken, the required run rate goes up one. 17 and over now. This would be quite something if England were to reach 200, let alone 223. Last ball of the over, it's got to go. And Russell is in. He goes short, and Livingston pulls this straight to Jason Holder at long on. And despite the fact that 12 runs came from it, that's a good over for West Indies.
It's weird, isn't it? It's all about context. But yeah, Andre Russell, probably that first ball didn't get exactly where he wanted. Next 5, even that last one, that was the slow ball and was dragged down to long on. So very, very good comeback over from him. And yeah, West Indies would take that. 71 from 24 balls still seems like a reach.
Yeah, it does indeed. You know, you look at where West Indies were and England are right now. They, like I said earlier, they're much, they're ahead of the game. But it's the last 4 overs. How do West Indies bowl from here would dictate the game. They seem to be in cruise control of the game at the moment. But I must admit, England did bowl very poorly during the death.
Joseph is in, and this is a poor delivery from Joseph. He's searched out the Yorker. It's a full toss on the pads, and Livingston makes no mistake, smashing this ball over square leg. 158 for 2, England chasing 2-2-3 in the 16th over.
Yeah, knee-high full toss on the leg stump. All you really want then is for the batter to get under it, and certainly Liam Livingston did that. He just sort of swatted it away, and that's covered the ground by a long way. If New Zealand, who are we playing? There's West Indies and England are the 2 teams.
Yes.
If the West Indies really bowl, 15 good balls from here, that's probably enough to win this game. And that last one was not a good ball.
No, but it does show how difficult it is to bowl a Yorker. Because, of course, with this huge run chase, you just think to yourself, well, Windies bowl 4 overs of Yorkers, England don't get close. But, of course, it's not quite that easy. It is a good Yorker, though. It's played out to long off for a single. I tell you what, Livingston fancied a second there again. Brandon King possibly a little bit slow to get the ball back, but not slow enough from an English perspective. 1 run from that delivery, 7 from the over.
And possibly, this is where England could learn. I felt they bowled too many slower deliveries rather than bowling, just fast Yorkers, even the wide Yorker. And, Powell himself, he's been tested as a captain. And he's responded really well, but this will be unbelievable. If England can win from this position, it'll be one of their best victories in T20 cricket.
Well, the series is on the line, of course, as Joseph is in, Yorker again, just another single. Maybe 2, no. Actually, no, it was 2, was it?
No, it was just 1. What happened was they saw the cover fielder come around and they started walking.
So 63 needed from 21.
Plus they knew it was a no ball.
Well, there we go. England need everything to go their way, and something has. Alzari Joseph is overstepped by a good inch or 2. And it means that England have a free hit. Liam Livingston facing. So 28 Livingston score from 15. He's going at a strike rate of just shy of 200.
Which is still under the mark.
Yeah.
And unfortunately at the other end, Salt is not getting all that much quicker, although he did hit the 6 last over.
Opportunity for England. They're going at 10 and over. Joseph is in. It's a slower delivery, which is hauled up to the fielder, Rodman Powell. It's caught by the skipper just inside the boundary at long on. But of course, it was a free hit, so just 1 run scored. And Livingston would be disappointed, but I think that was a good delivery from Joseph.
I just think this ball's getting really soft, and I don't know how much this is the West Indies throwing it into the ground over and over again, but it just looks a little bit harder to hit sixes unless you absolutely hit it right out of the middle of the screws, and the more you take the pace off, although, to be fair, Andre Russell just bowled a bunch of Yorkers the overs before, but partnership's 46 off 28. They still have to get a lot quicker than that.
Yeah, it's. I think the wicket's broken up a little bit more as well, so it makes it difficult to hit the ball.
Joseph again, and this is driven powerfully past Alzari Joseph. And I tell you what, that is a superb bit of fielding by Brandon King, running across from wide-ish long off. He's put in a dive and actually almost affected a run out as well at both ends.
Well, it wasn't just a dive, it was a full body dive, but he picked it up cleanly and then sprung out of that position and threw it up. And as you said, he then threw it back from his knees, I think, didn't he? And if Alzari Joseph was almost shocked by it as much as anyone else, if it was a little bit straighter, I think he would have been out.
I think Phil Salt might have been struggling a bit as well, the strikers there, because the ball passed the stumps, and not sure that Salt realised it was potentially going his way. Fuller again from Joseph. He's just trying to pick out these Yorkers, and he's successful. 2 runs, that is not enough for England. They need boundaries. Salt moves to 81. 1 ball left of Joseph's 3rd over. England 166 for 2. It's boundaries, 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 and they're just not coming.
Well, the way that modern cricketers do this, they'll be looking at the amount of balls left, which is 18? Was that the end of the over?
19.
19, yeah. So they'll be looking at that and going, well, that's 10 sixes in 19 balls. And that is the way that modern cricketers look at that. But Phil Salt looks absolutely gassed. We know that there's going to be a couple of slower balls that are going to be tough to get away. But the 2s are keeping them in it.
The problem is it does look harder to hit down the ground than earlier on today. Square leg still looks kind of juicy when it's on the pads, but last ball of the over then, it's a full toss, and Salt goes towards mid-wicket. Has he got enough on it? He has! Wow, England needed that. It was a loose delivery from Joseph. It was in the arc, and whilst he didn't climb into it and get full connection, there was enough on the ball, and England finished the over as they started it with a 6.
Look, Alzari Joseph bowled a very good over, but in it was a free hit and 2 full tosses, and England didn't take full account of the free hit, but they did both the full tosses, and because of that, you know, England have just bounced back a little bit. That's still 51 runs off 18 balls. It's still, you know, tough, but it's certainly within reach, especially with 2 set batters at the crease.
1 good over for West Indies wins it. England need 3 good overs. Right? I mean, who are West Indies going to call upon here? 51 needed then from 18 deliveries, and it's Jason Holder.
Yeah, Russell will probably bowl the last over now, would be my guess. Try and get your best bowlers in. Make sure that when Russell's bowling that they need, you know, somewhere around 25, 28 runs, which is unlikely.
And that is exactly what was needed in the last game, wasn't it? Russell started bowling with 28 to defend. First ball went for 6, but closed out victory comfortably enough. Livingston facing up as Holder approaches, passes the umpire, Yorker, and wristily played by Livingston with bottom hand as well, just for a single, down to long on. 173 for 2. It seems crazy for a team to be 173 for 2 in the 18th over and for them to be so far off the game.
Yeah, it just shows how well, you know, West Indies batted, and the power hitting that they have in disposal in their lineup. England have done really well. You know, they've done really, really well to get this far.
Goes big this time though, Salt, as Holder bowls on a length. Slower delivery possibly, but swings across the line, and Salt moves into the 90s with another 6. 44 needed, 16 balls, and that back of the hand slower ball just sat up, asked to be swatted, and that's exactly what Phil Salt did.
Yeah, the cutters have done a lot better, but we've seen, even with Sam Curran earlier, this back-of-the-hand slow ball just seems to sit in this surface. I think Yorkers and cutters and wide balls are the best option, maybe with the odd surprise short ball now, but Holder does believe in his back-of-the-hand ball. Doesn't seem to work all that much, I don't think, for him. Certainly not in this wicket.
Tamar Mills, I'll talk about him in a second, as Holder is in, and this is launched! That was properly in the slot, and Phil Salt has smashed that over wide long on. Back-to-back sixes at the start of the over, and suddenly England are back in the game.
Yeah, this is brilliant hitting. It was big, long, and it went straight down the ground. Exactly what they required. And Phil Salt, what an innings he's playing here. An unbelievable. Best in an England shirt. And they've got 13 sixes in this game already. Much better than the last two.
So in the last 19 balls, I said 10 sixes. They've got 3 out of the next 4 balls, have they? There's 1 to finish the last over. So, you know, West Indies need to string a lot of non-sixes together now.
England have jumped to 30% in the win probability as Phil Salt will reach 100. And the applause rings round the ground. Still work to be done, of course. But his strike rate has now reached 200. And for a 51 ball innings, that usually means that you win the match. But England are still behind. And they need him to go on. And they need him to be backed up by Liam Livingstone. But in a series that many have seen as a precursor really to the World Cup that's taking place in the same part of the world later on this year, surely Phil Salt is going to be on the plane.
Yeah, gotten himself a little bit slow in the middle, but certainly has picked it up in the last couple of minutes.
Livingstone then, expensive over from Holder so far. It's in the slot, but he's clothed it. It should be caught and is. Rodman Powell running in from the long on boundary. Holder strikes back. Livingstone's got to go. England 186 for 3, and they still need 37 runs, and they've got 2.1 overs to get them in.
Yeah, this was the right option. I think Liam Livingstone had to just take the aerial route, but unfortunately for England, it went straight down to the man, and he made it look easy. And he's done his job. 30 runs of 18 deliveries, and England 186 for 3. They're still in the game.
Yeah, a little bit shorter than he wanted. Got a little bit close to him and hit high up on the bat as well. There's no doubt that Jason Holder struggles to keep the runs down at the death, and he has for a very, very long time. But his average at the death is always remarkable. Sometimes for a couple of years there, it was around like 9 or 10 runs per wicket. It's gone up a little bit since then for him, but he still takes a lot of wickets at the death, despite the fact he goes at around 11 runs and over while doing so. But England still have power to come. It doesn't look to me, though, now like this is going to be an easy wicket to come in and hit 4s and 6s straight away. So Brook might have to play the support role, and Salt does look a bit gassed at this point. But having said that, he just hit 3 6s while being gassed, so...
Well, I suppose if you're going to want anyone to come in within this side, Joss Butler aside, it is actually Harry Brook, isn't it? He doesn't actually have a great recent record in white ball cricket. 1 ball to face in the over then. And Brook goes big first time, and he's going to hit that for 6! What an incredible ball. What an incredible shot. And Harry Brook is going at a strike rate of 600.
Just over pitched there. It probably was the ideal ball. Also, it was the last ball of the over, so it was almost like a free hit the way that he took it on. I think Holder had to go into the pitch again then. He had to bowl. That was the kind of ball I thought that Brook might struggle to get away, which is what happened with Livingstone. Taking the pace on of it, hitting the pitch. Instead, he went for the Yorker, and he's just missed it. To be fair, though, Harry Brook just capitalised on that incredibly. That is an absolutely world-class strike of a ball.
Yeah, it's brilliant striking, and I think this is, while we talk about role clarity, that England have struggled, this is simple now. They know that they've just got to swing and hit boundaries down the ground, good base, watch the ball. 31 runs off 12 deliveries, very much England's game to win now.
Azari Joseph is in, and an inside edge skirts through to Nicholas Puran behind the stumps, no run.
Yeah, I think that's what they need to do down. Off cutters into the surface with the odd Yorker and then occasionally go wide. I just don't think they can worry about anything else. Although having a look, that was the off cutter that holder ball, but it's just too full.
He just missed his line.
Yeah, he was going for the Yorker.
Sorry.
Yeah, he was going for the Yorker. He really had to be into the pitch on that one. And that's what Joseph has done on this next ball.
11 balls left of this high intensity and entertaining T20, but if Windies win, the series is done. This is on the pads. Joseph hasn't quite got this right, but he's going to get away with what at the moment looked like a catch to Rutherford at deep square leg, but in the end Rutherford almost caught between coming in to try and claim the catch or staying back to field the ball. Probably actually chose the right decision and has just about got away with it, and it's just another run in the scorebook.
Yeah, it looked like a bear trying to stop a moth. Just the way he got his feet in all the wrong position, somehow ended up knocking the ball back in front of himself, luckily. But that was awkward, but that gets him ahead on the run rate.
Salt did come back for a second. Yorker, and this is drilled to backward point. No chance of a run there. Well, the Windies, I said, needed to win one over of the three that remained. And halfway through this, 6 balls from Azari Joseph, they're winning it.
Yeah, they got away with the one ball that could have been hit for 4 and was almost misfielded for 4, but they've had a really good slow ball and a really good Yorker. Joseph has to keep his foot behind the line. They're just having a chat now. Be interesting to see if this is when they try the wide outside off stump. Salt looks absolutely cooked, doesn't he?
Yep, he does. Can't see him subbing himself off though, can you? Okay, let's have a look to see what Joseph has for us as he's in. It's actually a length delivery. It's a cutter again, I think. And Phil Salt has muscled this over wide long off for 6.
Yeah, this is a brilliant strike. Down the ground, exactly what he needs to do. And the key was the base. He got his feet apart. And he went deep into the crease and hit it straight down the ground. And that went like a tracer bullet. This is brilliant batting from Phil Salt.
I'm not sure, actually, Jared. You mentioned the fact that Azari Joseph needs to watch out that he doesn't overstep. He was miles behind the line there. Yeah. I don't know if that's actually on his mind and it's just affected his length slightly there.
Well, we've seen a couple of times when they bowled this slow ball, it's at its absolute best when it's into the pitch. Again, that was just a little bit too full. Gave him an up and under swing at the ball.
Joseph begins his run up. And he's in now. Salt readies himself. And this is on the pads again. He's targeting deep mid-wicket. He's got to come back for a second, but decides not to. That's probably the right decision, actually. It leaves 1 ball to Harry Brook. 7 balls remaining, 22 runs to get them in. And as you said, Jared, at this stage of the innings, final ball of an over this late in the 20. Harry Brook is not going to die wandering here.
No, Harry Brook might end up with 12 off 2, for being honest here. But realistically, Joseph has to keep this down to at minimum a 2. A maximum of 2, I should say. Because I just don't think Andre Russell's going to want to bowl at anything under. He's certainly not going to want to bowl at 16. 16 really gives England a chance then. 2 boundaries puts a lot of pressure back on Andre Russell. He bowled a great last over, but this is really important from Joseph.
Here is Brook. He's ready. It's a full toss, but Brook hasn't got hold of it at all. And Brandon King's going to run in. And it was just a single from the final delivery. Wow, you wonder if Brook had been in for a little bit longer. He could have capitalised on that, but he hasn't. It's just a single. And Andre Russell has to defend 21 from the final 6. 20, of course, would see us go to a super over.
That's a perfect example of when you're looking at this later, people are going to say, oh, well done to Azari Joseph, but that probably should have gone. In fact, the one thing I think was in his favour there, Monty, was the fact it was an off-stump full toss, not a leg stump full toss, because we've seen those flicked away. And Harry Brook had to force that back down the ground a little bit. But there's no doubt that is not the ball he was trying to bowl. He went for the Yorker. Now, Andre Russell, last over, we saw him go for a lot of Yorkers. He probably needs 2 good slower balls as well into the surface, try and take the pace off. And what you don't want to do is miss the Yorker again and float anything up to Harry Brook, because if he extends his arms, Monty, it's going to disappear.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Brook, all he's got to do is, just like he did, that first delivery when he hit it for 6. He's got to just keep doing that, because 21 deliveries from 6 balls, the first 2 or 3 deliveries, they've got to get a boundary. And, this will be a famous win if England can do this.
In the last over of T20 games, Andre Russell goes at 14.1 runs and over, and he's taken 8 wickets in 20 tries as well. So a wicket here early on would change things quite a lot as well.
Do you think it was a mistake that Brook took the single?
Yes, but I'm not sure I would have, it's a weird one, isn't it? It also depends on Salt, doesn't it? I probably would have said stay there no matter what.
I think that's what Salt was saying between overs. Russell is in, it is Yorker length, and it is played off his toes from Harry Brook. The fielder was up inside the circle at fine leg, and the fielder at square leg couldn't cut the ball off, and so that is the boundary at the start of the over that England needed.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered, and they needed a boundary off the first delivery, and that's 4 runs to England.
Yeah, he's just gone for the Yorker, missed it, it's a half volley on leg stump. But good work from Harry Brook, because he's thinking I'm going to bash this down the ground. It was good to actually exploit that ball and take the boundary.
Russell again, second ball of the over, 17 from 5 needed. He's in, and that was in the slot, and Harry Brook has laced that up and over the cover boundary for 6.
Last over, kept going for Yorkers, kept hitting him. This over he's missed them twice, and England have made him play. It was clever batting the first time from Harry Brook. This is just swinging through the line. Beautiful strike. Half volley, outside off stump. Opened himself up so he could get it over extra cover. So even if he didn't manage to hit it as well as possible, he still would have picked up a 4. Instead, he doesn't need to worry about that, because that's gone 86 metres over extra cover.
And it's gone 86 metres flat. That would have gone through my 3rd floor flat window back in the day. Oof. That's what they call a crowd killer, that one. Wow, smiles on England fans' faces for the first time in quite some time. But one thing we know about all forms of cricket is things can happen so quickly. 11 needed from 4, and England are favourites.
Well, the other interesting thing is now he's gone for the Yorkers that worked for him last over. Does he try surprise bouncer? Does he go for the wide Yorkers? We're going to see a slow ball into the pitch. What is Andre Russell going to do? He's bowled this over a lot in his career.
Here is Russell now, past the umpire, and Harry Brook has moved to the leg side. It's a full toss, and you know where full tosses go at this stage of an innings, don't you? They go over the boundary for 6, and in a blink of an eye, England are on the verge of a big win.
Well, let the party begin in Grenada, and it'll be the Barmy Army fans. Harry Brook is the man. What a shot that is. Unbelievable batting. Andre Russell looks in despair. And the power hitting of England today, that has been the striking force. This has been brilliant. 17 sixes already, 5 runs from 3 deliveries. This must be an England win from this position.
You know when I said, should Harry Brook have taken strike? Let's start there.
Well, to be fair, I think Phil Salt would have done pretty well off 2 half volleys and a full toss on outside leg stump as well. This actually reminds me a lot of Ben Stokes' over, where he just didn't nail. He's clearly got one plan in mind. He just hasn't been able to nail it once yet. Robin Powell's been over talking to Andre Russell again. They're going to have a bit of a chat here because they're going to have to replace the balls. I just don't think he can keep going for Yorkers. I mean, he missed that last one by several metres, John.
Yes, and this is the problem, isn't it? Because both Alzari Joseph, Andre Russell and Jason Holder, they've gone for Yorkers, and when they've nailed the Yorker, it's gone for 1 or 2. But on every occasion that they've missed the Yorker, it's disappeared. And that is the great jeopardy associated with that delivery.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back, the first Yorker ended up being a half volley down the leg side. The second Yorker was a half volley outside off stump, right in the slot. And the third one is, he's missed that by a metre on width, probably, and metres. I mean, that would have landed metres behind the stumps, Monty. He didn't miss it by, a foot or anything there. It's really putrid bowling, those first three balls. But he's got a chance to bring it back. That's how it works.
That's the kind of delivery that you see and you think, oh, there's dew out there, He missed it by so far. 5 needed, 3 to get them in. Harry Brook on the ball. He's not going to split the field, is he? No, it's only going to be 2. So 3 needed from 2 deliveries. Brook back on strike, 25 from 6. He's going at a strike rate of around 400.
Well, Jason Holder had it as well, didn't he? We've had 2 guys come in at the end and just absolutely bash it. Might be for the best that Salt's not on strike right at the moment. Again, he is...
Well, we've just seen an image of Phil Salt and he's on his haunches, isn't he? And he has looked properly cooked for about 5 overs. And I think he's quite happy to be at the non-strikers end now. Harry Brook's come in. And we felt that he was a little too far down the order, but if you can come in and do this, then you stay where you are. Brook facing, 3 needed from 2. Russell's in, and Harry Brook wins the game for England. Another swing of the bat. Phil Salt just about has enough energy to hug his teammate, and England win. A big, big win for England. A morale booster, a come from behind victory, and one that will surely give them some renewed confidence moving in, not just for the rest of the series, but past the West Indies and into the summer. And for all the incredible work done by Phil Salt, who will walk off with a career best 109 for 56, it's Harry Brook that has stolen the headlines, smashing 31 from 7 deliveries and turning what looked like almost certain defeat into a handsome England win.
This has been brilliant, and the party begins in Grenada, and for the England team, their undisputed leader Josh Butler is going to be delighted with this performance. England desperately needed this win, just to remind us that the old England is still there. This was a brilliant performance, a huge confidence booster for everyone in this team, especially the man Harry Brook. What an innings he played. But Phil Salt, he hung in there in the end. And what a famous victory this has been for England.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I think this just shows you how much different modern cricket is, because you could see the way they were counting there at the end. And once Phil Salt got those 3 sixes in 4 balls or whatever it was, it completely changed the way they were looking at the game. And Harry Brook, brilliant. Even Liam Livingstone's innings, which probably looks pedestrian now, but that combination of those 3 was just absolutely incredible. And Josh Butler smiling for the first time in quite some time, I'd say, John.
I tell you what, isn't it nice? It is nice to see. He's properly got... if my kids are as happy as how he looks now on Christmas Day, I've got them the right gift. He looks absolutely delighted, and considering, where he's been, and look, England are still 2-1 down, of course, but they needed this today, and they got it in an incredible fashion. Brilliant stuff. And Butler, let's not forget, he did get off the England innings to the kind of start that we associate with him. 115 for the first wicket. He hit a half century himself. There was a lot of work still to do, and there'll be a few questions about some of the bowling, but boy oh boy, any day you chase down 223, it's a day to go out and enjoy yourself, especially when you're in the Caribbean.
No, definitely. I think when you're chasing something like that and you get behind the rate the way they did, and then you pull yourself back, I think that just shows that the way that they were thinking about it, they knew that they had the power to compete when they needed to. They made sure they had wickets in hand, and you could see probably when that Jason Holder over started going for 6s, suddenly you're looking at the bowlers going, well, unless Alzari Joseph has an incredible over here, England has a huge chance. And I know the win predictors didn't see that, but watching the game, the only variable, John, that we couldn't really tell was Harry Brook going to be able to come out and hit 4s and 6s straight away. That didn't seem to be an issue for him at all, and that was the thing that really got them home. 31 off 7, to back up, and everyone except for Will Jacks really did their job today. It was the kind of batting lineup, or the kind of batting performance that England used to put on.
I'm not sure if you remember, in and amongst all the carnage, go back 3 overs or so, and there was a number of balls remaining, and you said that England realistically needed to hit a certain amount of them for 6.
It was 10 sixes from 19 balls.
Well, they hit 3, 6, 7, 8 sixes from the final 18 balls.
Disappointed to be wrong.
They nearly hit an over and a half of 6s in the final 3 overs.
Well, I mean, they got the 10 boundaries, didn't they? Was there 2 4s, I think, in that as well? So
just 1 4.
Oh, it's just the fine leg one. Yeah. That's how modern players think, and it's a much better way of looking at it than we need 8 runs and over, we need 10 runs and over. It's much better to go, okay, well, there's 24 balls left. If I can hit 8 boundaries here or 14 boundaries here, we can still get there. If you start to think of it that way, and the power that modern players have. I mean, look at the shots that Harry Brook has managed to play there. It's just ridiculous to be able to go in first ball, hit a 6 like that, isn't it, Monty?
It is ridiculous, and this is a power, that England are reminding us, which we desperately wanted to see. We haven't seen for such a long time, and it's something for us to celebrate about, to think this is the potential this England side has. If they can get it right in 6 months' time, they could be one of the favourites to win the World Cup. But today, it is all about Phil Salt, his innings, how Josh Butler went after the spinners early doors in the power play, and they set it up. It was a complete different contrast to the one they played in the second T20 when the spinners dominated. Here, England were brilliant, and that's what they've got to take into Trinidad, which starts on December the 19th.
Yes, an incredible win. We will get a reaction from Gareth Batty and also Michelle St Patrick, who's been sitting back. I can't wait to get involved in a bit of commentary as West Indies won the first 2, then they rack up 223. He was certainly sounding like he was enjoying himself. We will get his reaction to what occurred towards the back end of that innings. And to be fair, it's kind of similar to what happened in the back end of the England innings, or rather West Indies innings, when England were bowling. 87 runs scored, I think, if my maths is right, from the last 5 overs when West Indies were batting. And essentially England had to do something almost identical. They've done it. And wow, what a game we brought you here on Talk Sport 2. Whilst we pause for breath, Jared, I mean, let's look at the game as a whole. First up, from a batting perspective only, does that batting order now kind of make a little bit more sense than when we looked at it at the start of the day? Liam Livingstone coming in at 4, Harry Brook down at 5. I think he came in at 6 in the second T20. Do you think that's something they're going to persevere with?
No, I don't think they believe in batting orders as much as cricket fans probably currently do. I think they'll look at matchups, they'll look at pitches, they'll look at ground size, all these different things and weigh it up. But they also want to know that Harry Brook can play that innings, right? And I think that's a really, really important one because, it's all well and good to say Harry Brook's got a lot of power, but there's a big difference between that and being able to hit 31 off 7 and win a game, isn't there, Monty?
Yeah, it is. And, I think earlier I said, the spinners, that they went after the spinners, which made it difficult for Powell. He had to then go to plan B, plan C, put pressure. The pressure was on the seamers. And then in the end, it was a very simple task, which, I think, that clarity, they knew that we just got to hit the boundaries. And, that's what they did. And that's something that they've got to bring into their game now. They've got to have that confidence going into Trinidad that actually, guys, we can compete. We can play to the level that we once did, and they can keep going that way. It can be forgotten, It was forgotten, during the World Cup and over the last few games. But this is a reminder that England are one of the best T20 teams in the world, and they can continue in this form. And hopefully we'll see more of this in the next 2 games in Trinidad.
Brilliant stuff. Okay, Monty, thanks for your time today. Jared's going to stick around. We're going to get Michelle in here as well, Bats. But for now, thanks for listening. We're going to be recording and broadcasting following on, so don't go anywhere. But essentially, England have wrapped up victory in the third T20. They've done what they needed to do, and that's win and stay alive. You're listening to Following On TalkSport 2 as myself, John Norman, Michelle St Patrick Hewitt, Jarrod Kimber and Gareth Batty look back at the third T20 in Grenada. England started the day knowing that they needed perfection. They were to remain in this series from now until the end. Two T20s still to come in Trinidad. And somehow they managed it. Certainly that last 3 overs was. West Indies lost the toss. They had to bat first. 8 for 2 at one stage. England on top. But as the innings progressed, so did the West Indies batters. 26 in quick time from Hope. 39 from 21 from Powell. Rutherford weighed in with 4 boundaries in his 17-ball innings. But it was 82 from Nicholas Puran from 45 and 18 from 5 that saw West Indies propel themselves to 222 for 6. Expensive bowling figures abound really, but Adil Rashid once again stood out, and Reece Topley was threatening with the new ball. When England came out to bat, you felt they needed something special and they needed runs at the top of the order. They got both. Joss Butler with 51, 100-run partnership for the first wicket. But the run rate was always high, and when Butler followed by Jacks went, boundaries started to become more difficult to come by. The run rate started to escalate. It looked like it may well be just a little too far once again for England. When Livingston went for a fine 18-ball 30, Harry Brook hit his first ball for 6, and as Phil Salt smashed 6s to reach 100, despite being visibly tired, Brook set himself the task of smashing 20 from the final over, bowled by Andre Russell, and you know what? He did it with a ball to spare. Plenty to talk about here on Following On. So Bats, first up, wow. I mean, T20 at its best is a terrific game, and today we brought listeners on TalkSport 2 and followers on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel a terrific game.
Yeah, we said at the halfway point, England weren't disastrous with the ball. They had some very good periods of play, but we just know the power of the West Indian team. I didn't think at the halfway point that England could match that power. I think they matched it and some, if I'm brutally honest. I take out winning the World Cup in 18, that's the best chase I've seen England have probably ever. Take that one out of it, I think it was quite incredible. And it just shows, with a bit more belief, as Jarrod spoke about at the start, the captain gets some runs, which we know England are a far more successful team with him up at the top scoring runs. Phil Salt, wow, that's sort of a career-defining moment for him to get his first 100, but then also to win a game like that. Those are the points where people hopefully kick into another gear and have long and wonderful careers for England. That was quite some innings, and I think Brook as well. The sort of little flourish at the end, the calmness to stay still and trust his natural ability and not predict what Andre Russell's going to do. Watch the ball and still have the flourish for the ball to go over the boundary ropes. I think. Well, I'm stunned. I'm lost for words. I think that's as good a chase as England will ever have.
Michelle, were the West Indies a bit complacent? Do you think that they thought they had that game done? There was certainly at the start of the innings, I think there were 4 or 5 misfields from normally reliable fielders as well that just gave a kind of feeling that they thought, yeah, we don't have to be 100 here. We can probably do this at 95%. Or am I seeing things that aren't there?
I think there's definitely an element of truth in that, for sure. You don't show such a substandard level of fielding like that unless somewhere in the back of your mind you're thinking you're going to get away with it. That said, I think actually what the game has possibly highlighted is very much how these two sides are far from the finished article. We've seen in the first two games what West Indies can look like. Probably actually in the first three games, because they posted 222. We've seen how explosive they can be. We've seen what the best of West Indies with the bat looks like. But going into this series, the question mark was always going to be the West Indian bowling. I think the first two games we didn't see England turn up, so we need to identify where was the line between West Indies bowling well in those first two games and England not showing up with the bat. I think today we saw the weakness in the West Indian bowling attack, and it's one of the reasons why Andre Russell got brought back into the fold, because they feel like they don't have enough in their bowling attack. Now, obviously, Dre's just failed to defend 21 runs to win the game, but there aren't many bowlers waiting in the wings that you trust to defend 21 runs to win the game for the West Indies. So they're very much a work in progress. And on the flip side for England, obviously England fans will be glad that they've seen what this batting on paper looks like. The next step for England is, can they kick on from here? Can they go on to win the series? Can they be consistent? But also, and I'm sure Jared's going to want to come in, is that is England's bowling good enough as well? So I don't know if there's some question marks there as well. Two flawed sides.
Yeah, I think with the West Indies, I can't remember if Bat was here were you here for the first T20? And we were talking about the fact that they had a lot of right arm seamers who can bat, and Andre Russell and Jason Holder, Romario Shepherd. They're trying to. They're not going with a lot of specialist bowlers who are there to be picked. They've got Matthew Ford in the squad if they want. They're only playing Motu because of Shepherd's injury as well, and so that means that England are going up against a slightly weakened bowling attack, and we've seen teams do that against England as well. All those all-rounders they played at the start of the 50 over World Cup, and when you do that, you make it a little bit easier for the batting side. But the truth is, I'm not sure either of these teams probably has 5 gun specialist white ball bowlers that you could just bring in, especially with Jofra being injured. So I think that makes it a little bit easier to see games like this, but I don't think that should take away from the hitting that both sides had at the end. But neither of these sides have good death bowling. I would say England is a poor death bowling side, and West Indies is probably worse than that, if we're being honest, especially if you're going to use Andre Russell at the end, who I would say is the worst death bowler in the world.
Bats, is Andre Russell the worst death bowler in the world? He's not. You haven't signed him, have you?
I shall leave it to Gerard's description. I think there's an awful lot of truth in what both men have said there about the bowling attacks. There have been some really, really good points in the 3 games so far, and particularly today. But there's been some really, really poor bits where you look at it and you go, there's a huge amount of growth there. So I suppose, flip it on its head, from an England point of view, that's a great win and a wonderful chase. But wow, our growth in this team is huge. We can polish up by 20-30%, which if we're saying that, then we become contenders. But it's got to happen quickly. Is it 6 games now before the World Cup T20 starts that England will play?
Something like that, isn't it?
It's not many games, and the worrying thing is we still don't know our best combinations. We still don't know exactly what the batting order looks like, because there's still Bairstow to come in, and he will come in. I'd be amazed if he didn't. After Salt's played that innings today, how and what are we going to go down England football route and try and pick all our best players and then just find how they go in the team? Or are we going to go, hang on a minute, Salt is the man in possession. He's played extremely well over this period of time, and we make the mistake we did in the 50 over World Cup and changed the dynamic up the top, and it killed us. I think it changed the whole dynamic of how Root and so on and so forth played by having your left-hander up at the top. So huge amounts of questions. I think we just need to take the real positive angle, and I'm banging on more England just purely because of seeing more of England through the summer. There are some huge easy wins that I think England will make and can make on the back of a performance like that today, and I think the confidence from young men standing up to create a performance like that is, make no mistake, that is quite a powerful thing.
And Jos Butler scores some runs. I mean, that's huge, isn't it? Because he's looked so downbeat and downtrodden for so long. He scores some runs. They won a game they should have lost. And I'm not saying this is a springboard or any other such cliche, but England they desperately needed to win something. They needed a bit of positivity. You know that they're getting a little bit annoyed by the press. They were annoyed by the press of the World Cup. They've been annoyed with this. They are annoyed. They're angry, and they're going to be smiling tonight. They're going to be heading off to Trinidad with a bit of a skip in their step, and they kind of needed that.
Yeah, it's not just Joss Butler though. It's the whole leadership group. You can't just pinpoint one guy because, for the past 5 years, pre-Joss taking over 4 years, Owen Morgan pretty much was the leader, and then other people fell into place as that journey evolved. This is starting from a position of strength, and you should really have planned how it looks like with your coach and captain combination, but also your senior players, how you're going to evolve the team, how you're going to change what has happened for 4 years, because personnel has changed. We don't have a Plunkett bowling in certain periods. We don't have Morgan smacking spinners in the middle and captaincy genius at times. I'm not having anybody's bad who's playing here. I'm just saying these should have been things that were planned before we get out on the field, and I believe it will be happening, of course. So I think it's wonderful for Joss personally, but I think it's more for the leaders in the group to now stand up and actually take a bit off everybody else, because other people have grown today in quite a massive way, which will help the group move forward.
Well, one of those undoubtedly is Phil Salt. He's hit his first T20 100 international T20 100. He's won a game for England. He's the player of the match, and just when he thought his day couldn't get any better, he gets to talk to Sam Ellard.
It's very special for me. It's even more special for the group, I think, from a team perspective. We've been challenged out here by a very good West Indies side in both series, who are very good in their own conditions. So, for them to play the way they did with the bat, and then for us to be able to manage the chase all the way through and finish it off like that, I'm really, really happy.
What can this do for the team? We know it's been a tough couple of months, but a special run chase like that, a score which I don't think many people thought you would have chased down. Can this kind of be the result now that maybe helps you boys kind of really push on and start to change the results on a more regular basis?
Absolutely. It shows that the words spoken in our dressing room carry weight. We've been outplayed a couple of times since we've been out here, and that happens. That's professional sport, and that's top level cricket. That happens. But then to come back and to play like this, when we've got all the pressure in and the noise around us, I'm over the moon.
And talk me through your innings then. What was the approach, the mindset? Was it pretty much from ball one, go really hard? Was that power play so important to try and get ahead of the run rate?
Yeah, it was important to try and get ahead of the run rate, and we did that for a bit, but then I think for a time it was about sitting in and making sure we're really set up for that back end with wickets in hand. I think that's pretty key, key way of playing on these wickets. You can't front end the chase massively. You've got to stay with it right to the end and remember that you've always got more time than you think.
And also as well, special as well for the captain up top. You guys put in a great partnership there. I'm sure that'll do him loads of confidence too.
Yeah, I love batting with Joss. Obviously I do it. We both do it together at Manchester Originals as well, so we've got a good understanding of each other's games, and when you put a partnership on like that, it's really satisfying.
Is that your favourite innings in the history of your cricket career?
Possibly, I'm not sure. It might be, I don't know. But I'm really pleased I've made that milestone today, and to do it in this game and to set the team up like this in the series, I'm really happy.
And also as well, Harry Brook there, let's not forget the knock he played there at the end. That was to come in and face such a short amount of balls and hit that many sixes. That was pretty special.
That was special. We've seen on these surfaces how hard it is to start. So for him to come in like that against Jason Holder, letting the ball go from 10 foot plus to hit it on these surfaces, is a special shot in itself, that first one. But then to keep going the way he did, special is the only word, to be fair.
And also as well, we go to Trinidad now, and the series is very much alive.
The series is absolutely alive, and as I said, it shows that our words in the dressing room carry weight with each other. We'll always back each other, and the series isn't a foregone conclusion yet. We're here to absolutely put our best foot forward and win it.
Have there been some strong words in the dressing room over the past couple of days?
Absolutely, it's been more. It's not been too heavy on the spray front. Like it's not been
no head dry treatment.
No, there's been no Fergie treatment. No boots have been flying about the place at all. But we needed to get back to the way we play, and we know how good a side we are, and we're world champions in this format. So we need to play like it.
Do you know the Man City score? I don't want to ruin your day.
Is it 2-2?
Yeah, it's 2-2. They scored a last minute penalty.
Livy was cackling about something. I tried to ignore him. How many? When was the penalty?
Something like 97th minute. At least a penalty. Do you know what? Let's not end on a low. Let's end on a high. Just finally, Phil, sum up this day. A special day for you.
Yeah, very.
Back in Barbados as well.
Yeah, very, very, very special day. Very special day. I'm just happy that we got the win.
So there we go. We sadly haven't heard from Joss Butler, but we did hear from Phil Salt, who, Sam Ellis just ruined his day. So well done, Sam. Yes, Manchester City did throw away a 2-goal lead to draw 2-2 at home to Crystal Palace. Anyway, going back to the cricket, we've seen a great game and we've commentated on a great game today. Michelle, you're still with us. I mean, from a West Indies perspective, I must admit, you know, that second T20, I think Andre Russell was defending 28 in that final over, and the first ball went for 6. And I don't know if it says a lot when you're nervous about a bowler defending 28 from the final over, but that's kind of how I felt for him. And he looked pretty down at the end, and rightly so, because he was hit for 22 in 5 balls.
Thing is, I'll be honest, if it had been Jason Holder in that position, if it had been Alzari Joseph in that position, I would have had the same trepidation. We have to remember that 6 months ago, the West Indies couldn't defend 375 against the Netherlands, and then Jason Holder bowled a super over. Granted, this is a different format of cricket, but it's white ball. Jason Holder bowled a super over and went for 30 or 32.
It was a lot of
It was a
runs.
lot, right? So we're looking at 3 seamers who one of them should be bowling the death over, and there is no confidence in any of those 3 that if there is any, like, whilst you're on air, I texted people and said, unless we've got 37 to defend in the final over, we're going to lose. And so that shows you the level of confidence that I had going into that final over. But what was quite interesting to me from Phil Salt's interview is that Phil said we were setting it up for the back end, which I find, I don't know who wants to take that next, but do you genuinely believe they thought they could haul in, it had to be 90 plus they had to haul in the back end? Yes, I know Phil Salt is a good striker of the ball and Harry Brook was still to come and so on and so forth, but you still have to, is it good batting or is it bad bowling? I think it's the latter.
I do think that with wickets in hand, they probably do believe they could score at 3 runs a ball for a long period of time. Also, they would have looked at the bowlers, right? Like, you know, we've gone through the numbers. Jason Holder and Andre Russell have 2 of the highest numbers when it comes to death bowling in the world. They usually take wickets, but today, even if they taken a couple of wickets, England still had batting to come, right? They still had other people who could have come in and hit. So, you know, from that perspective, I think England had got ahead of the game. It was probably just that little period when Moti started bowling well that pulled them back, right? And other than that, England were pretty much in control of that chase most of the innings outside of about, 4 or 5 overs bats?
Yeah, I think the only way to stay calm, to see it through for the 20 overs required to chase 223, you have to be saying we're going to take it deep. You have to, or else you just become frantic. And I didn't feel at any point in the power play we were frantic. I thought it was, if anything, it was quite surgical. It was dismantling what was coming down. There was some decent stuff bowled in that. Hazin didn't really bowl badly, and he was still going at 10s. And he's very good in the power play. I'm not having a pop at him. I feel almost the periods of play, if you break it down into 3 parts, your first 6, your middle 6, your back 6, and then you got 2 overs just free for all. England were quite happy to take it down to the 2 overs free for all when anything could happen. I feel if it had been Joseph bowling that last over, I would have had relative confidence he could have got over the line. But I think Holder and Dre Russ, it really did look like you could get them.
Okay, so looking ahead to the series, do you foresee any or many changes for the Windies, Michelle? There's a couple of players that haven't had much of a go yet. So
there's certainly a lot of there's certainly a lot of voices who feel that Carl Mayer's spot is under threat, but there's no natural opener to replace Carl Mayer's. Romario Shepherd obviously has been injured for the last 2. His cricket has improved exponentially over the last 6 months, so you would like to believe that he will come back into the fold. They can't drop Moti, who only came in because Shepherd was injured. I would be surprised if they dropped Akil Hussain as well. So it's going to be very interesting who Romario Shepherd comes back in for. Is it Holder or is it Andre Russell or is it Alzari Joseph? So Shepherd I expect to come back in. Hetmeyer I think is done. I think they have to keep Rutherford ahead of him. But there's also some players like Matthew Ford who should probably... This isn't the World Cup. You need to have a look at players. And similarly, maybe the same for England. You need to have a look at some players, put them under the pump somewhat and see what they've got to say for themselves. Is there any purpose to taking someone on a tour and they don't play any of the 5 games. So surely there has to be some kind of sense about, well, let's look at this player and see what they can potentially bring.
Well, that brings me quite neatly on to what was going to be my follow-up question to you, Bats. And what about England? Topley came back today. He's almost certain to play. Maybe they're going to rest Mills. He's played... has he played all 3? Mm-hmm. Certainly played the last 2. They do have some options. We still haven't seen a couple of the players. Wokes didn't play today. I'm not sure we'll see him in the next one. But what do you foresee? What do you see? Atkinson, of course, struggled a bit today.
I think the very obvious Wokes not playing today is more physical, making sure that we keep him right and fit. I think Topley having to earn the right to get back in the team is no mean thing. I think that's quite appropriate. I think those two with another can get us through power play bowling in the World Cup, dependent on other selections as a Wood and so on and so forth. I'm of the opinion that nobody should get a free game of cricket in an international shirt. I just don't buy into this. I think if we see somebody from staff, say, on the training ground or from domestic cricket or from franchise cricket, and we like this player, I don't see how they take the shirt off somebody else if you already have a good team. I think you should be planning for what you require, and you bring these people in as what you require into your group. You see them around the group, and then you go, right, no, bang on, we got it right, he's in. And then they're in for a period of time. I don't buy this chopping and changing business, and you get a game here and a game there because players hate it. Players have never liked it. England in the 90s were terrible because it was a game here, a game there. People travelling around and playing one game on this tour and then one game on there and then never seen again. It just does not work. The notion of getting a game to see what somebody can do. Very few people, if they know that somebody's come... In fact, Liam Dawson, prime example, plays a game and he's almost not turned his back on England, but he's kind of said, well, why am I going to play that one game when you're just going to leave me out when it matters because X, Y and Z are backed up and you're just resting them, so I'm going to go do my franchise stuff. And absolutely right, I totally see his side of it. It's a totally different angle that other people wouldn't talk about, but I truly believe there's something in that.
So no John Turner. I mean, we've seen Rayan Ahmed, we've seen Chris Wokes, and of course Ben Duckett as well. I can't quite see how Duckett gets back in, but it's 2-1 with 2 to play. I mean, from an England perspective, I suppose if they had lost today, then I know what you're saying. You know, it's their international caps at the end of the day, but that maybe give you a bit more freedom to try a couple of these guys.
I think different story, but we're building towards a World Cup which is on the horizon. It's right in front of our face, and I think to be trying to blood somebody who possibly, I like Turner, I think he's a very good young prospect, but is he going to even if he cleaned up in the next 6 games, is he going to force himself into that squad for the World Cup? I think that's very unrealistic. So I don't see the point, if I'm honest. I think he can learn. We can see him a bit more. We get a bit of a feel for him so that once this cycle of the World Cup is past, then, okay, there may be some changes for the next one.
So I just want to jump. So should touring squads be smaller then?
No, you need your ammunition for if you get injuries. You also need quality practice for the ones that are playing, I dare say it, which no player's going to like that, but you've got to earn your stripes. It's professional sport. It's difficult, and I suppose the management and other players can sort of dampen down that situation of I feel like I'm just a drinks carrier and just a net bowler. It is part and parcel of it, you know. Well, okay then, do something about it.
England also came unstuck in Bangladesh, didn't they? They went without I think they went with a 14 or 50 man squad. They were certainly a batter light, and it cost them. They got a lot of criticism for that as well, so that's probably something. Brian Lara Cricket Academy, that's where the final T20s are taking place, Michelle. I don't know if England have played there before, have they?
Couldn't tell you the last time. They probably haven't been back to Trinidad since Gareth was playing. Like I don't know, but I'm serious, because England, traditionally, when England tour the West Indies, it's St. Lucia, Antigua, Barbados. Grenada are lucky they got some games on this one. Obviously, they did in the Test series last time out as well. But England certainly haven't been to Jamaica, Trinidad, or Guyana in a long, long time. And which means they surely haven't been to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The obvious thing that people think is because it's in Trinidad, they assume that it will spin a bit more. But I think that's a bit of a misnomer. I certainly wouldn't expect them to bring back Rehan Ahmed just because they think it's Trinidad and whatever might happen. So it's a track with a lot of runs in it. So I'm expecting another high-scoring game.
Good stuff. Well, let's hope so. I think 2009 was the last time England toured Trinidad in a 4-match series, which was a draw. And West Indies won the series 1-0. I think that was the last time. I don't know when the last time they toured Guyana was. Can you remember the last time they...
No, it hasn't been since they changed everything, didn't they? When they realised they could make more money off tourists. So a lot of the other countries go to Guyana now, don't they? Where England doesn't get it because you don't get as much tourist dollar.
Yeah,
which is the way cricket should be, Bats.
Cash is king, baby.
Gareth Batty, Monty Panesar, Michelle St Patrick Hewitt, Jared Kimber, thank you for your time. What a game we brought to you here on TalkSport 2 and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England are still alive. They've beaten the West Indies by 7 wickets. It means we do head to Trinidad with a series poised. 2 to play, 2-1 the West Indies. England have won here today by 7 wickets. England need to win today, they need to win on Tuesday, and they need to win on Thursday to win the series. They just need to win. Off stump has been pegged back. Ali struck in the first over. Topley in again, and he's beaten and he's out. What a delivery from Topley. That angled into the left-handed Myers. Ali again, and this is in the slot. Shea Hope has cleared his front leg, and I think it's been caught by the man sitting 10 rows back.
Targeting Atkinson here. And again.
He's gone again. He's smashed this. This has got miles over long on. 100 up for the Windies. They're 104 for 3 in the 12th.
What about fourth, John? What about fourth? I mean, that was a 9, wasn't it?
Again, it's tossed up by Livingston. Well, he doesn't learn. This has gone even further by Rockman Powell. That is a massive 6. No catching that. That's hit the roof.
Little cut there from Nicholas Puran. It's intelligent cricket, and he gets a 4, and that will be his 50. Well, Jason Holder on strike again. Moves. Well, you can see why he moved before the ball was bowled. He leaned straight into it for 6. Final ball, and this time he goes over cover. It's another 6. 6-4-6 to end the innings. The West Indies end on 2-2-2. For 6 of their 20 overs, and this is going to take some getting.
This is lofted high and handsome by Butler. That's more like it. He's gone big again, Butler. Has he got enough on it? He does. Wow, I tell you what, Phil Salt's playing golf here. What a swing of the bat that is. Butler on the reverse, premeditated, and that is a beautiful shot. 50 up for England inside 5.
But I think for England, they've got a chance here.
Into the pitch, it's a bouncer. He's got him. He's got him.
Any different day, it could have been 6. Unfortunately, from an England point of view, and Josh Butler.
Muljats nicks through to Nicholas Puran, and another wicket has fallen. It's the old cricket adage, 1 brings 2.
And Phil Salt has just pulled Andre Russell for 6.
And you can see Phil Salt, when he's in this sort of mood, you know he is an impressive cricketer.
It's a full toss on the pads, and Livingston makes no mistake, smashing this ball over square leg. Lost ball over there, it's a full toss, and Salt goes towards mid-wicket. Has he got enough on it? He has! Wow, England needed that. 1 good over for West Indies wins it. England need 3 good overs. Phil Salt will reach 100, and for a 51 ball innings, that usually means that you win the match. But England are still behind. It's in the slot, but he's clothed it. It should be caught, and is. Brook goes big first time, and he's going to hit that for 6. And suddenly England are back in the game. 3 needed from 2. Russell's in, and Harry Brook wins the game for England. Another swing of the bat. Phil Salt just about has enough energy to hug his teammate. And England win. A big, big win for England.
Monday night, live championship football on TalkSport 2.
Essential ear grab technology.
He's falling high into the roof of the net.
Birmingham City versus Leicester.
Coverage from 6. Kick-off 8 p.m. Monday night on TalkSport 2. Night goals coming.
It's a sensational goal!
Football fantastic. On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive coverage of the PDC World Darts Championship, live on TalkSport 2.
Very, very warm welcome to North London. We have World Championship darts for you on TalkSport 2 tonight. We've had 2 games already completed. In fact, the second game has just been completed. We'll get to that in just a moment. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. Sitting next to me tonight, I've got Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. Welcome to Chris.
Evening, Paul. Good evening, everybody.
And we do have 2 matches for you live on TalkSport 2 tonight. We do have Scott Williams. I wonder what kind of trousers he's going to wear tonight, up against Haruki Muramatsu, the Asian champion. We'll get onto that in due course, but the main course for tonight, Gary Anderson, the 21st seed in this tournament, the 2-time champion of the world from 2015 and 2016. He will take on Simon Whitlock, who took out Paulo Nebrida last night. You may have heard that live on TalkSport 2 last night. It was hard work for the Wizard of Oz. But so far today, we'll run you through what has happened here at Alexandra Palace today. We had an afternoon session which started with Lee Evans against Filipino player Sandro Eric Sozing, Chris Mason. We've also seen Connor Scott against Christoph Kachuk.
It was very impressive.
Yeah, Connor Scott, young man from Surrey, winning by 3-0, trying to preserve his tour status against one of the best players from Poland. He was excellent, wasn't he?
Yeah, averaged over 97, plenty of 180s, very clinical on the finishing and just what he needed. Unfortunately for him, he faces Gezi Price in the next round, and only a win against Gezi would see him retain his tour card for 2024.
No pressure for him in round number 2 then. Lee Evans started the day, not the comedian, I might add. He had a 3-0 win against Sandro Eric Sozing, so it has not been a very good day for the Philippines, and in fact, not a very good 36 hours for the Philippines, because 3 of their players have all lost. We've just seen Ronaldo Rivera lose to Keane Barry of Ireland, a somewhat attritional affair, where Keane has won by 3-1. But earlier in the day, we saw Darren Penhall of Australia via Cornwall beating Jules Van Dongen of the United States, and that was a brilliant match, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit of an upset. It was Van Dongen who was fancied for that match, but I was impressed with Penhall. Like I said, he's born in Cornwall. He's played in many Euro tours, even as recently as 2022, and he looked very, very comfortable up there.
Yeah, finished the game with a 12-dart leg as well, and that shows a great deal of talent going into the next round. Dave Chisnell was our second seed to grace the stage here this afternoon at Alexandra Palace. One of the best players of 2023, Dave Chisnell.
A tricky match, wasn't it, for him?
Very much so. Taking on Cameron Menzies, who beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez last night. Menzies not quite at it the same sort of way